tune in with utmost focus. This instant, this precise heartbeat, heralds a profound shift. Your entire reality, the sum of your past, the essence of your present, and the blueprint of your future pivots on a single, potent force, the internal dialogue shaping your perceptions. That constant narrator dictating your limits and your potential holds the very cipher to unlocking a new you. Allow me to unveil a profound truth regarding your mind's architecture. Each fleeting idea, every internal whisper instigates a tangible cascade of biochemical events throughout your physical form. The phrases you repeat internally aren't mere echoes. They actively sculpt your neural landscape, forging and reinforcing specific pathways. Consider the daily ritual of self-address. Uttering "I am incapable" or "this is beyond me" is far more than a passing notion. It's a direct command, meticulously instructing your brain's intricate wiring to manifest precisely that limitation. What's truly astounding is your brain's inherent inability to distinguish external reality from vividly conjured internal imagery. This neurological quirk means altering your thought patterns directly reshapes your brain's physical makeup, a principle rooted firmly in neuroscience, underscoring the immense, almost startling power of your inner world. Prepare for an undertaking designed to fundamentally alter your trajectory. A concentrated effort spanning merely 3 rotations of the Earth. Yes, just 3 days are sufficient to initiate the profound process of reconfiguring your neural pathways towards achievement. But understand, these are not to be days lived by rote. They demand focused, intentional inner communication, a dialogue potent enough to shift the bedrock of your perceived world. You see, a vast majority navigate their existence in a state of subconscious repetition, allowing ingrained historical data to dictate their tomorrows. They awaken to familiar mental loops, which in turn activate predictable emotional currents, compelling habitual actions, thereby perpetuating identical experiences endlessly. However, you're now poised to interrupt this very mechanism. By transforming your internal discourse, you directly alter your brain's functioning. This neurological shift then recalibrates your personal energy field. And as your energy transforms, so too does your life. The concept is elegantly simple, yet its implications are deeply far-reaching. Reflect upon this. Every monumental stride in human endeavor was born from an individual affirming it is possible when prevailing wisdom declared it is not. Each paradigm shift, every novel creation, all significant victories were initially seeded by an internal conversation that dared to challenge and transcend the observable state of affairs. The implications for you at this juncture are monumental. You are actively, in each moment, either fortifying your existing constraints or courageously dismantling them. Your mental processes are either conditioning your brain for triumph or for a continuation of the status quo. There is no passive stance. Your self-talk is perpetually either uplifting you or tethering you. Over these coming 3 days, you will discover how to become the deliberate designer of your own experience, utilizing the precise and conscious application of your internal voice. You will grasp how to communicate with yourself in a manner that literally reconfigures your brain's operational matrix, adjusts your body's chemical balance, and transmutes your personal world. This transcends mere wishful thinking. It is a dive into neural repatterning. This isn't about fleeting bursts of motivation, it's about establishing enduring change. This is about accessing a state beyond the ordinary, moving past the confines of your history and stepping into the boundless domain of all potential. Are you prepared? Because once this understanding is integrated and truly enacted, your former self becomes an echo of the past. The subsequent 3 days are set to generate subtle shifts in your awareness that will amplify into significant waves of change across all facets of your existence. Let's examine the actual processes within your brain. Each dawn, as you surface from sleep, within moments, your mind reactivates its well-trodden circuits. You're replaying the thoughts of yesterday, the day prior, and so on. These are not arbitrary musings. They constitute an automated script, a deeply embedded program that consistently molds your perception and thus your life. Here's a deeper insight. Your brain handles an estimated 60,000 to 70,000 thoughts daily. The truly arresting statistic, however, is that roughly 90% of these are identical to those from the preceding day. You are, in effect, mentally reconstructing the same existence day by day through this subconscious, minute-by-minute repetition. Your detrimental self-dialogue extends beyond mere internal sounds. When you articulate to yourself, "I'm unprepared," "I lack the resources," or "I'm not intelligent enough," your entire physiology internalizes these declarations. Your brain orchestrates the release of stress-inducing biochemicals. Your genetic expression subtly alters. Your immune defenses fluctuate, and your vitality diminishes, all as a consequence of words you're likely uttering without conscious awareness. Ponder this. Each thought you entertain manufactures a corresponding chemical. A thought steeped in fear triggers the release of stress hormones such as cortisol and adrenaline. An angry thought bathes your system in a different cocktail of compounds. Your cognitions are literally forging your biological milieu. And here's the pivotal understanding. Your body cannot differentiate between a directly encountered event and one that is merely vividly imagined. You've been unknowingly training your physique to become accustomed, even dependent, on these detrimental emotional states. This is precisely why genuine change can feel so arduous. Your body actively resists, striving to preserve these familiar, albeit discomforting, chemical environments. It's akin to a dependency on your own internal, self-generated emotional pharmacy. Your restrictive beliefs are not inherent truths. They are merely cognitive patterns, rehearsed so frequently they've become entrenched in your neural architecture. I'm inept with finances. Relationships invariably end poorly for me. I'll never achieve my desired weight. These are not unalterable facts. They are simply neural superhighways, reinforced and widened through constant mental traffic. Each time you re-engage these thoughts, you are solidifying these very neural pathways. Imagine repeatedly treading the same line across a grassy field. The more it's walked, the more distinct and defined the path becomes. Your brain is quite literally sculpted by your predominant modes of thinking. This explains why most individuals find themselves recreating similar life patterns repeatedly. They are engaging the same thoughts, experiencing the same emotions, and consequently attracting congruent experiences. Yet here lies the extraordinary characteristic of your brain: its inherent malleability. Neuroscientists term this phenomenon neuroplasticity. Your brain is in a perpetual state of rewiring itself, adapting based on your thoughts and experiences. This signifies that you are not irrevocably bound by your existing neural pathways. You possess the capacity to forge new ones. You can quite literally think your way into an entirely new mode of existence. The common pitfall is that most individuals await an external shift in their circumstances before they alter their internal narrative. They seek to feel self-assured before they begin addressing themselves with confidence. They desire to witness success before adopting the mindset of a successful individual. This approach, however, is inverted. Your outward reality is but a mirror reflecting your inner discourse. Your habitual thoughts are, at this very moment, constructing your future. Right now, your self-talk is either aligning you with success or entrenching you further in your current state. There exists no neutral territory. Every thought either propels you toward your aspirations or keeps you anchored where you are. This is why cultivating awareness of your present mental landscape is of paramount importance. One cannot alter what remains unrecognized, and such awareness is the foundational step to liberating yourself from the automated scripts that have been subconsciously directing your life. So, allow me to illuminate what transpires within your brain when you commence guiding your self-talk with deliberate purpose and clear intent. A core tenet in neuroscience states that neurons that fire together wire together. This signifies that with every thought entertained, you are either fortifying pre-existing neural connections or initiating the creation of new ones. When you begin addressing yourself in a novel manner, something truly remarkable unfolds. Your brain literally starts to reconfigure its internal structure. It's akin to installing a sophisticated new operating system on a computer, only this computer is the very seat of your consciousness, your mind. Every affirmative thought, each empowering declaration you make to yourself transcends mere verbiage. These are electrochemical impulses igniting within your brain, forging fresh neural conduits. Let me make this eminently practical. When you awaken tomorrow, instead of defaulting to "I'm exhausted" or "I dread getting up," you declare with profound conviction, "I am invigorated by the potential of this day," or "I am brimming with vitality." You are not simply employing different words. You are activating entirely different neural networks. You are prompting distinct genetic expressions. You are fundamentally altering your brain's chemical environment. But here, the process becomes even more intriguing. Your brain lacks the capacity to discern whether you are genuinely undergoing an experience or merely contemplating it with sufficient emotional charge. This is the principle behind elite athletes enhancing their performance purely through the mental rehearsal of their routines. They are, in effect, programming their neural circuitry via focused, imaginal practice. The identical principle governs your self-talk. When you synergize clear, purposeful internal dialogue with an elevated emotional state, you're not merely thinking different thoughts. You are instructing your body in a new way of existing. You are fashioning what neuroscientists refer to as a new neural signature. This is the mechanism by which individuals achieve quantum advancements in their lives. They aren't just altering their cognitions, they are transforming their entire state of being. Consider it in this light. Each thought you generate is like casting a stone into the vast, energetic quantum field of limitless possibilities. The ensuing ripples from that single thought propagate outward, attracting resonant frequencies back towards you. This isn't esoteric fancy, it aligns with principles of quantum physics. Your thoughts possess energy, and energy invariably influences matter. When you cultivate the practice of focused self-talk, imbued with emotional intensity, you transcend mere thinking. You begin to broadcast a distinct electromagnetic signature into this field. You evolve into a quantum architect, where your thoughts and words, energized by emotion, become the very schematics for your emergent reality. This is where achieving emotional coherence becomes absolutely pivotal. It's insufficient to merely recite positive affirmations. You must deeply feel the emotions intrinsically linked to those words. When your thoughts and your emotions are in harmonious alignment, when what you declare to yourself internally resonates with your felt sense, you generate a potent state of coherence. In this state, your heart and brain operate in exquisite synchrony. This isn't a poetic metaphor, it's a physiologically measurable phenomenon. Scientists can indeed detect this harmonious interplay between cardiac and cerebral wave patterns. And when you inhabit this state, you become a powerful transmitter of novel possibilities. Let me elucidate the implications for your everyday existence. When you arise tomorrow and declare to yourself, "I am inherently deserving of greatness," or "I possess the capacity for extraordinary accomplishments," and you genuinely feel the resonance of these words in every fiber of your being, you are engaging in something far more profound than simple positive thinking. You are actively rewiring your neural architecture and shifting your personal energy field. This is precisely why intentional self-talk is so transformative. It's not merely about supplanting negative cognitions with positive ones. It's about cultivating a new energetic blueprint that becomes your default state of being. It's about conditioning your brain to fire in innovative patterns that actively support the reality you wish to manifest. Conceive of it as tuning a radio to a different broadcast. Presently, your brain is attuned to specific stations dictated by your habitual thought patterns. However, through focused, intentional self-talk, you can recalibrate to new frequencies of prosperity, vitality, success, and joy. The more consistently you engage in this practice, the more robust these new frequencies become. The crucial elements are unwavering consistency and profound emotional intensity. This cannot be a half-hearted endeavor. You must communicate with yourself with such lucidity and conviction that your body has no alternative but to respond and adapt. This is how you initiate enduring change at the very cellular level. Remember, every word you direct towards yourself is either consolidating your current reality or constructing a new one. No middle ground exists. You are either employing your self-talk to elevate your life or to perpetuate your existing circumstances. Let me delineate precisely your course of action for these upcoming 3 days. This is your specific regimen for transformation, and adherence to it with precision is paramount. These 3 days will be unlike any you have previously experienced because you will maintain a heightened consciousness of every single word you speak to yourself. Let's commence with your morning observance. The instant your eyes open, and I mean that very first moment, before your hand reaches for your phone, before thoughts of your challenges surface, before any other action, you will place your hand upon your heart. This physical act signals to your body that something new is commencing. In this liminal state, between slumber and full awakeness, your brain is exceptionally receptive to new programming. For the initial 20 minutes of your day, you will address yourself with intentional, potent words, not merely in your mind, but articulated in a whisper or a soft voice. Today is the day I liberate myself from my past. Today, my new life truly begins. Every cell within my body is awakening to fresh potential. Feel these words. Allow them to permeate every cell of your being. During these morning sessions, maintaining absolute focus is imperative. Should your mind drift to your difficulties or your schedule, gently redirect it. This is not passive meditation. This is active, engaged brain reprogramming. You are meticulously laying down new neural pathways. You are forging novel patterns within your neural circuitry. The afternoon reinforcement. Between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m., your brain enters another phase of heightened receptivity. This is your second crucial window of opportunity. Locate a tranquil space, your vehicle, an unoccupied office, even a restroom stall if necessary. Dedicate 5 minutes to reconnecting with your morning declarations. Here is the vital component. During these afternoon sessions, you will integrate physical movement. As you speak your affirmations, walk with a sense of purpose. Move your arms with deliberate intention. Your body must kinesthetically experience these words. Recall, you are not merely altering your thoughts, you are transforming your entire state of being. Throughout the day, you must diligently intercept your automatic negative self-talk. The moment you detect yourself uttering, "I can't," or "this is too challenging," halt immediately. Replace those disempowering words with "I am capable" or "I discover solutions with ease." Do not permit a single negative thought to pass unchallenged. Every thought carries weight. Every word is significant. The evening protocol is where the profound work of consolidation occurs. Between 7 p.m. and 9 p.m., your brain naturally starts to process and integrate the day's experiences. This is your time to review and reinforce. Sit quietly for 15 minutes. Again, place your hand upon your heart. Reflect on your day's triumphs, irrespective of their perceived magnitude. Address yourself with gratitude and eager anticipation. Tell yourself, "Today, I forged new neural pathways. Today, I moved closer to my new reality. Tomorrow will usher in even greater transformation." Feel the veracity of these statements deep within your body. Allow the emotion to build. This emotional state is critical for effective neural consolidation. Here's why these specific timing windows are so instrumental. Your brain functions according to natural cycles of peak receptivity. By aligning your self-talk practice with these optimal periods, you are maximizing the profound impact of every word you direct inward. You are synergizing with your brain's inherent rhythm rather than working against it. During these transformative days, you must diligently practice what I term state management. This involves maintaining constant awareness of your emotional condition. If you sense yourself regressing into old patterns, utilize your breath. Take 3 deep, conscious breaths and reaffirm to yourself, "I am in the dynamic process of transformation. Every moment presents an opportunity to reinforce my emerging reality." Keep a small journal with you. Each instance you catch yourself engaging in negative self-talk, record it. Then, immediately write down its empowering replacement. This isn't mere busy work. It's the act of creating a tangible record of your metamorphosis. It's rendering the invisible visible. Each night before sleep, review these notes. Articulate the new, empowering statements one final time. Let them be the conclusive thoughts in your mind as you transition into sleep. Your subconscious mind will then continue to process and integrate these thoughts throughout the night. Remember, these 3 days are not about achieving perfection. they are about establishing a new direction. You may find yourself momentarily reverting to old thought habits. This is entirely normal. The key is to become quicker at recognizing these slips and immediately redirecting your self-talk. This is a comprehensive, immersive experience. You are not merely adjusting a few thoughts, you are constructing an entirely new neural architecture. You are building new neural networks designed to support your desired reality. Every word you speak to yourself during these 3 days is either reinforcing this new structure or causing you to regress to outdated patterns. Do not underestimate the potency of these specific time windows. They are akin to portals of opportunity, moments when your brain is most amenable to new programming. Utilize them to their fullest. Make every moment count. These 3 days can, quite literally, reshape your brain's circuitry if you follow this protocol with unwavering dedication. Pause for an instant. Inhale deeply. As you resume, focus intently. You stand on the threshold of a revelation, a secret hidden in plain sight, poised to reshape your existence. I'm about to unveil a framework of understanding so potent, it can sculpt your deepest aspirations into reality within a mere 72 hours. Incredible? Perhaps. But consider, what if the universe operated on principles you've yet to master? What if your desires manifest through the sheer conviction that they are already yours? This isn't illusion, it's the dormant force of your consciousness, and I'll guide you to awaken it. For years, I've studied the human brain, consciousness, and the quantum field. I've seen people heal themselves from chronic illnesses, create abundance out of nowhere, and find love when they thought all hope was lost. How did they do it? They used the exact method I'm about to share with you. It all starts with a simple idea. Your thoughts create your reality. Every thought you have sends a signal to the universe. It's like placing an order at a cosmic restaurant. The problem is, most people keep ordering the same old meals day after day. They think about their problems, their fears, their limitations, and guess what? That's exactly what they get served. But you're different. You're here because you're ready for a change. You're ready to place a new order. You're ready to create the life you've always dreamed of, and I'm here to show you how. The first step is visualization. You need to see your desired outcome so clearly in your mind that it feels real. I'm not talking about a vague wish or a fleeting daydream. I'm talking about a vivid, detailed picture that engages all your senses. If you want a new car, don't just see it. Hear the engine purr, feel the smooth leather of the steering wheel, smell that new car scent. Make it so real that your brain can't tell the difference between your visualization and reality. But here's the key. You can't just visualize it once and forget about it. You need to do this every single day, multiple times a day. Make it a part of your routine, like brushing your teeth or eating breakfast. The more you do it, the stronger the signal you send to the universe. Now, I know some of you are thinking, I've tried visualization before and it didn't work. Well, let me tell you why. Visualization alone isn't enough. You need to combine it with a powerful emotional state. You see, your thoughts are the signal, but your emotions are the fuel that amplifies that signal. Think about a time when you were incredibly happy or deeply in love or bursting with excitement. Remember how that felt in your body? That's the state you need to recreate when you're visualizing your goal. Feel the joy, the gratitude, the excitement as if you've already achieved what you want. This is crucial. Your body needs to believe it's real. But here's where most people go wrong. They do their visualization, they feel good for a moment, and then they step back into their old life and their old patterns. They let doubt creep in. They start worrying about how it's going to happen. They look at their current circumstances and think, this is impossible. That's why the next step is so important. You need to live from the end. What do I mean by that? I mean, you need to think, feel, and act as if you already have what you want. If you're visualizing financial abundance, start feeling grateful for the money you have now. If you're visualizing perfect health, start treating your body as if it's already healed. If you're visualizing a loving relationship, start giving love to everyone around you. This isn't about pretending or lying to yourself. It's about aligning your energy with what you want to create. It's about becoming the person who already has what you desire. Because here's the truth. You don't get what you want in life. You get what you are. Now, I can already hear some of you saying, but Joe, My life is a mess right now. How can I possibly act like everything's perfect? And that's a fair question. I'm not asking you to deny your current reality. I'm asking you to choose which reality you want to focus on. You see, every possible version of your life already exists in the quantum field. There's a version where you're struggling, a version where you're thriving, and infinite versions in between. Your job is to tune into the frequency of the reality you want to experience. It's like changing the channel on a radio. You're not creating the station, you're just choosing which one to listen to. This is where belief comes in. You need to believe with every fiber of your being that what you want is not only possible but inevitable. This isn't about positive thinking or wishful dreaming. This is about a deep, unshakable knowing. It's about faith so strong that you can taste it. How do you build this kind of belief? Through repetition and persistence. Every time you visualize your goal, every time you feel the emotions of already having it, every time you act as if it's already true, you're strengthening your belief. You're rewiring your brain to accept this new reality as the truth. But here's the thing, your old beliefs will fight back. Your brain is wired to keep you safe, and to your brain, safe means familiar. So when you start changing your thoughts and beliefs, you might feel uncomfortable. You might feel anxious or scared. This is normal, it's just your old self trying to pull you back to what's familiar. This is where most people give up. They hit this wall of discomfort and they retreat to their comfort zone. But not you. You're going to push through because on the other side of that discomfort is everything you've ever wanted. Remember, every great change in history started with a thought that seemed impossible at the time. The Wright brothers believed humans could fly when everyone said it was impossible. Martin Luther King had a dream of equality in a time of deep racial division. These weren't just idle fantasies. They were powerful visions backed by unshakable belief, and they changed the world. You have that same power within you. You have the ability to change your world, to create your reality, but you have to be willing to step out of your comfort zone. You have to be willing to think differently, to feel differently, to act differently. Now let's talk about the 3-day window. Why 3 days? Because that's typically how long it takes for your brain to start accepting a new pattern as real. For 3 days, you need to be relentless in your focus. You wake up each morning and immediately visualize your goal. Feel the emotions of already having it. Then throughout the day, keep coming back to that vision. Every time you have a spare moment, every time you're waiting in line or sitting in traffic, use that time to reinforce your new reality. But here's the crucial part. During these 3 days, you need to eliminate anything that contradicts your new belief. That means no complaining, no worrying, no negative self-talk. If a doubtful thought comes up, don't fight it. Just gently redirect your focus back to your vision. This might sound challenging, and it is, but remember, you're literally rewiring your brain. You're creating new neural pathways that will make this new way of thinking your default mode. It's like carving a new path through a dense forest. The first time is the hardest, but each time you walk that path, it gets easier. Now, I want to be clear about something. This isn't about ignoring reality or pretending problems don't exist. It's about choosing where to put your energy. If you have a health issue, by all means, seek medical treatment. If you have financial problems, take practical steps to address them. But don't let these current circumstances define your future. Use this belief system to create a new reality alongside your practical actions. Some of you might be wondering, what if it doesn't work in 3 days? And that's a fair question. The truth is, sometimes it takes longer. Sometimes the change is subtle at first. But here's what I can promise you. If you commit to this process, if you truly live it for 3 days, you will see a shift. It might be small at first, but it will be there. And that small shift is the beginning of a whole new reality. Think of it like planting a seed. When you plant a seed in the ground, you don't see results immediately. But if you keep watering it, if you keep giving it sunlight and nutrients, it will grow. Your thoughts and beliefs are the seeds. Your emotions and actions are the water and sunlight. Keep nurturing them, and they will bloom into your new reality. Let me share a secret with you. The real power of this belief system isn't just in getting what you want, it's in who you become in the process. When you start living from a place of possibility instead of limitation, when you start focusing on what you want instead of what you don't want, you transform. You become more confident, more creative, more alive. You start to see opportunities where before you only saw obstacles. This transformation doesn't just affect you, it affects everyone around you. Your energy changes and people respond to that. You become a beacon of possibility, inspiring others to reach for their dreams. You create a ripple effect that can change your family, your community, even the world. I've seen this happen countless times. I've seen people heal from chronic illnesses when doctors said it was impossible. I've seen people create thriving businesses from nothing. I've seen people find love after years of loneliness. And every single time, it started with a change in belief. This isn't about getting stuff. It's not about manifesting cars or houses or money, although those things can certainly come as a result. This is about becoming the highest, truest version of yourself. It's about aligning with your purpose, with your potential. It's about living a life of meaning and fulfillment. Because here's the truth. You are a creator. You are a powerful, conscious being with the ability to shape your reality. But for most of your life, you've been creating by default, reacting to circumstances instead of consciously choosing your path. This belief system is about taking back that power. It's about becoming the deliberate creator of your life. Now, I want you to think about something you really want, something that would change your life if you had it right now. Got it? Good. Now, I want you to close your eyes and see it. See it as clearly as you can. Make it vivid. Make it real. Now, feel how you would feel if you had it right now. Let that feeling fill your entire body. Hold on to that feeling. This is your new set point. This is the energy you want to carry with you for the next 3 days. Every time you feel yourself slipping back into old patterns of thought or emotion, come back to this feeling. Let it be your anchor. Remember, your thoughts are powerful, but your feelings are magnetic. They're what draw your desires to you. So, feel good now. Don't wait until you have what you want to feel good. Feel good now and watch how quickly your reality shifts to match that feeling. Now, I want to address something important. Somebody might be thinking, this sounds selfish. Shouldn't I be focused on helping others instead of getting what I want? And that's a beautiful thought. But here's the truth. You can't give what you don't have. When you're living your best life, when you're fulfilled and abundant, you have so much more to give to others. Your cup overflows and everyone around you benefits. When you're on an airplane, they always tell you to put your own oxygen mask on first before helping others. Why? Because if you run out of oxygen, you can't help anyone. The same principle applies here. When you're living your best life, you inspire others to do the same. You have more energy, more resources, more love to give. You become a force for good in the world. So don't feel guilty about wanting more for yourself. It's not selfish to want to live your best life. In fact, I would argue that it's selfish not to. The world needs you at your best. The world needs your gifts, your talents, your unique perspective. And you can only give those fully when you're living in alignment with your higher self. Now let's talk about action. Some people think that this belief system means you just sit around visualizing all day and magically things appear. That's not how it works. Yes, the inner work is crucial, but you also need to take inspired action. The key word here is inspired. When you're in alignment with your vision, when you're living from that place of belief and positive emotion, you'll feel nudges, you'll get ideas, you'll see opportunities. Follow those nudges, take those inspired actions. But here's the important part, don't force it. Don't take action from a place of fear or desperation. That's the old way of doing things. Instead, take action from a place of excitement, anticipation. If it feels like struggle or effort, step back. Realign with your vision. The right actions will feel good. They'll energize you, not drain you. Remember, you're not trying to make things happen. You're allowing them to happen. You're aligning yourself with the version of reality where you already have what you want. The actions you take are simply you playing your part in that reality. Now let's address the elephant in the room. What about when things don't go as planned? What about when you face setbacks or obstacles? This is where most people give up. They take it as proof that it's not working. But here's the truth. Obstacles are not a sign of failure. They're a sign that you're on the right path. Think about it this way. If you're trying to climb a mountain, you're going to encounter some steep parts. You might slip and fall a few times. But those challenges don't mean you're on the wrong mountain. They're just part of the climb. The same is true in life. Challenges are not punishment. They're not a sign that you're doing something wrong. They're opportunities for growth. They are chances for you to strengthen your belief, to prove to yourself that you're committed to your vision. So when you face obstacles, don't get discouraged. Instead, get curious. Ask yourself, what can I learn from this? How can this make me stronger? How is this preparing me for what I want? Remember, every great success story includes moments of doubt, moments of struggle. It's not about avoiding those moments, it's about how you respond to them. Don't wait for everything to be perfect before you start feeling good. Don't put conditions on your happiness. Choose to feel good now, regardless of your circumstances. Because when you make feeling good your priority, everything else falls into place. This might sound counterintuitive. You might think, but I'll feel good when I get what I want. But that's backwards. You get what you want by feeling good first. Your emotions are the magnet that attracts your desires. So make feeling good your top priority. Find reasons to be grateful now. Find reasons to be excited now. Find reasons to be confident now. Start telling a new story about your life. Instead of focusing on what's wrong or what's missing, start talking about your life as if it's already perfect. Tell the story of your life the way you want it to be, and do it with conviction. Do it with feeling. Your subconscious mind doesn't know the difference between what's real and what's imagined. So when you tell this new story with emotion, your subconscious accepts it as true. And when your subconscious believes something, it moves heaven and earth to make it your reality. Now, I want to address something important. This belief system isn't about controlling every detail of your life. It's not about micromanaging the universe. In fact, one of the most powerful things you can do is let go of the how. Trust that the universe knows better than you how to bring your desires to you. Your job is to be clear about what you want, to feel the emotions of having it, and to be open to receiving it. The how is not your responsibility. Often, your desires will come to you in ways you never could have imagined. So stay open, stay flexible, trust the process. This requires surrendering control, which can be scary. But here's the beautiful truth. When you surrender control, you gain true power. You align yourself with the infinite intelligence of the universe. You open yourself to possibilities beyond your current imagination. As we near the end of this talk, I want to remind you of something crucial. This belief system, this way of living, it's not just about getting stuff. It's about becoming more. It's about expanding your consciousness. It's about living a life of purpose and meaning. When you start living this way, you'll find that your desires change. The things you thought you wanted might not seem so important anymore. You'll start wanting experiences over possessions. You'll start valuing growth over comfort. You'll start seeking ways to contribute, to make a difference. And that's the real magic of this belief system. It's not just about changing your external reality. It's about transforming your inner world. It's about becoming the kind of person who naturally attracts abundance, love, and fulfillment. So as you leave here today, I want you to make a commitment. Commit to living from this new belief system for the next 3 days. Commit to holding your vision, feeling the emotions, and taking inspired action. Commit to telling a new story about your life. And most importantly, commit to being patient and kind with yourself. This is a practice. Like any skill, it takes time to master. There will be moments when you slip back into old patterns. That's okay. Just gently bring yourself back to your vision, back to those positive emotions. Remember, you are powerful beyond measure. You have the ability to create any reality you can imagine. You are not a victim of circumstances. You are the creator of your life. So dream big, feel deeply, act boldly, trust in the process. As you step into this new way of being, you'll start to notice changes. They might be small at first, a chance encounter, an unexpected opportunity, a shift in how you feel. Pay attention to these signs. They're confirmation that you're on the right track. They're the universe responding to your new vibration. But don't stop there. Keep going. Keep refining your vision. Keep elevating your emotions. Keep taking those inspired actions. Because here's the thing, there's no limit to what you can create. As you grow, your vision will expand. You'll start to see possibilities you never imagined before. And as you create your new reality, remember to enjoy the journey. Too often, we get so focused on the destination that we forget to appreciate the path. But the truth is, the journey is where the real magic happens. It's where you grow, where you learn, where you become the person capable of living your dream life. So savor each moment. Find joy in the process of becoming. Celebrate every small victory, every sign of progress, because each of those moments is a miracle in itself. Each of those moments is proof of your power as a creator. Now let's talk about consistency. This isn't something you do once and forget about. This is a way of life. It's about consistently choosing your thoughts, consistently elevating your emotions, consistently taking inspired action. It's about making this your new normal. At first, it might feel like work. You might have to consciously remind yourself to visualize, to feel good, to stay focused on your vision. But over time, it becomes second nature. It becomes who you are, not just something you do. And here's a powerful truth. As you consistently practice this belief system, you start to build momentum. Your new thoughts create new neural pathways in your brain. Your elevated emotions create new set points in your body. Your inspired actions create new patterns in your life. And all this combined creates a powerful force that propels you toward your desires. Think of it like a flywheel. At first, it takes a lot of effort to get it moving, but once it starts spinning, it gains its own momentum. It becomes easier to keep it going. And that's what happens in your life as you consistently apply this belief system. It gets easier. The results come faster. The synchronicities become more frequent. Your manifestations become more powerful. The world outside is hushed, cloaked in pre-dawn stillness as your eyes flutter open. It's that quiet interlude, that potent stillness between 3 and 5 in the morning. While many surrender back to slumber, an inner stirring has called you awake. This isn't an accident, it's an invitation. You sense there's something more, a deeper current to life. And this moment, this unexpected wakefulness, is your gateway. This isn't a sleep disruption. It's a whispered secret from the universe, a brief window when the veil thins and your true potential can be accessed. We're about to explore 3 specific actions, powerful yet accessible, that can harness this unique energy. Forget what you think you know about these early hours. This isn't about forcing, it's about aligning. Your mind in this state is remarkably receptive, like fertile ground awaiting new seeds. Some might say, but I cherish my sleep, and that's understood. Yet, what if these moments held the key to a life more vibrant than any dream? What if this specific habit unlocked a cascade of positive shifts, profoundly altering your reality? Are you prepared to explore this untapped power, to step beyond the ordinary? Excellent. Let's uncover the 3 pivotal practices for when you find yourself awake in this magical early morning window. Meditate. Now, I'm not talking about just sitting there with your eyes closed, trying to think about nothing. I'm talking about a specific type of meditation that rewires your brain and changes your energy field. Here's how you do it. Sit comfortably, close your eyes, and take a few deep breaths. As you inhale, feel your body expanding. As you exhale, let go of all tension. Now, bring your attention to your heart. Feel it beating in your chest. Imagine it glowing with a warm golden light. This light starts to spread throughout your body. It fills your lungs, your stomach, your arms and legs. It reaches the top of your head and the tips of your toes. You're now a being of pure, radiant energy. Next, think about how you want your day to unfold. Not just the events, but how you want to feel. Confident, energized, loving, creative, whatever it is. Really feel those emotions in your body. Let them wash over you like a wave. Now here's the key. While holding on to those feelings, start to visualize your ideal future. See yourself living the life you've always dreamed of. Maybe you're standing on a stage sharing your message with thousands, or you're in perfect health running along a beautiful beach, or you're surrounded by loving family and friends, feeling completely at peace. Whatever your vision is, make it as vivid and detailed as possible. Use all your senses. What do you see? What do you hear? What do you smell? How does your body feel in this moment? Hold this vision for as long as you can. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. The longer you can maintain it, the more you're imprinting it on your subconscious mind. You're literally changing your brain's neural pathways, creating new patterns that align with your desired reality. Remember, your thoughts create your reality. By consistently practicing this meditation, you're training your mind to focus on what you want rather than what you don't want. You're raising your energetic frequency to match the frequency of your desire. And when you do that, amazing things start to happen. You might find yourself having sudden insights or ideas. Opportunities may appear out of nowhere. People who can help you achieve your goals might unexpectedly enter your life. This isn't magic or wishful thinking, it's science. Quantum physics tells us that everything is energy, including our thoughts and emotions. By consciously directing your energy through meditation, you're influencing the quantum field around you, attracting experiences that match your new vibration. Now, I know some of you might be skeptical. Maybe you've tried meditation before and didn't see results, but here's the thing. Consistency is key. You wouldn't go to the gym once and expect to be in perfect shape, right? The same principle applies here. This meditation is a workout for your mind and your energy field. The more you do it, the stronger you become. Here's a little secret. The best time to do this meditation is right when you wake up, between 3 cow and 5 cows a.m. Why? Because at this time, the barrier between your conscious and subconscious mind is thinner. Your brain is still in a theta wave state, which is associated with deep relaxation and heightened suggestibility. It's like having a direct line to your subconscious, allowing you to reprogram it more effectively. So that's the first thing you should do when you wake up in those early hours. Meditate, connect with your heart, visualize your ideal future, feel the emotions of already living that life. Do this consistently and watch how your external reality starts to shift to match your internal state. Now let's move on to the second thing you should do. Move your body. I'm not talking about an intense workout here. I'm talking about gentle, mindful movement that gets your energy flowing and wakes up your cells. This could be yoga, tai chi, qigong, or even just some simple stretches. The key is to move with intention and awareness. Start by standing up and taking a few deep breaths. Feel your feet connected with the ground. Imagine roots growing from your feet, anchoring you to the earth. Now slowly start to move. Reach your arms up towards the sky, feeling your spine lengthening. Twist gently from side to side, letting your arms swing freely. Roll your shoulders, circle your hips, bend and straighten your knees. As you move, pay attention to how your body feels. Notice any areas of tension or discomfort. Don't judge these sensations, just observe them. Breathe into these areas, imagining your breath as a healing light that dissolves any blockages. Now here's where it gets interesting. As you're moving, start to focus on your energy centers or chakras. Imagine a spinning wheel of light at the base of your spine. As you move, visualize this wheel spinning faster and faster, glowing brighter and brighter. Feel the energy rising up your spine, activating each chakra as it goes. When it reaches your heart, pause for a moment. Place your hands over your heart and take a few deep breaths. Feel the love and gratitude flowing through you. Send this energy out to the world, to everyone and everything around you. Continue moving, letting the energy rise to your throat, your third eye, and finally the crown of your head. Imagine a beam of light shooting out from the top of your head, connecting you to the infinite wisdom of the universe. As you finish your movement practice, stand still for a moment. Feel the energy coursing through your body. You're now fully awake, fully alive, fully connected to yourself and to the world around you. This movement practice does several important things. First, it gets your blood flowing, delivering oxygen and nutrients to every cell in your body. This helps wake you up naturally without needing caffeine or other stimulants. Second, it releases endorphins, those feel-good chemicals that boost your mood and reduce stress. Starting your day in this positive state sets the tone for everything that follows. And perhaps most importantly, it helps you get out of your head and into your body. So many of us spend our days lost in thought, worrying about the future or dwelling on the past. This movement practice anchors you in the present moment. It helps you cultivate body awareness, which is crucial for manifesting your desires. Why? Because manifestation isn't just about thinking positive thoughts. It's about aligning your entire being, body, mind, and spirit with what you want to create. By moving your body mindfully, you're literally embodying your intentions. You're sending a clear signal to the universe. This is who I am. This is what I'm ready for. And here's another benefit. This kind of gentle, mindful movement helps balance your autonomic nervous system. It activates the parasympathetic nervous system, which is responsible for rest, digestion, and healing. This counteracts the effects of stress and helps your body function optimally. Now I know what some of you might be thinking, but I'm not flexible enough for yoga, or I don't know how to do Qigong. Don't worry, the specific form of movement doesn't matter as much as the intention behind it. Start with what feels comfortable for you. Even just standing and swaying gently while focusing on your breath can be incredibly powerful. The key is to make it a daily practice. Just like with meditation, consistency is crucial. Over time, you'll start to notice changes. You might find yourself standing taller, breathing deeper, moving through life with more grace and ease. You might become more attuned to your body's signals, knowing instinctively what you need to stay balanced and healthy. And remember, this isn't just about physical health. By starting your day with mindful movement, you're setting a powerful intention. You're telling yourself and the universe that you're committed to growth, transformation, to becoming the best version of yourself. That's the second thing you should do when you wake up between 3 cows and 5 powers a.m. Move your body, connect with your energy, embody your intentions. Do this consistently and watch how it transforms not just your mornings, but your entire life. Now, let's move on to the third and final thing you should do during these early morning hours. Learn something new. I'm not talking about passively scrolling through social media or watching random videos. I'm talking about intentional, focused learning that expands your mind and challenges your assumptions. Your brain is like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it becomes. And just like a muscle, it needs variety to grow. By exposing yourself to new ideas and information, you're creating new neural pathways. You're literally rewiring your brain for growth and innovation. But here's the catch. It's not just about accumulating information, it's about integrating that information into your existing knowledge base and using it to create new connections and insights. This is where the magic happens. So how do you do this? Start by choosing a topic that genuinely interests you. It could be related to your career goals, a personal passion, or something completely new that you've always wanted to explore. The important thing is that it excites you and makes you want to learn more. Now set aside at least 30 minutes for focused study. This might mean reading a book, watching an educational video, or listening to a podcast. But don't just passively consume the information, engage with it actively. Take notes, ask questions, look for connections to things you already know. As you're learning, pay attention to your emotional state. Notice how you feel when you encounter a new idea or understanding. Does it excite you, challenge you, make you curious to learn more? These emotional responses are important. They're signals from your subconscious mind telling you what resonates with your deepest self. Here's a powerful technique to make your learning even more effective. After you've studied for a while, take a few minutes to teach what you've learned to an imaginary student. Explain the concepts in your own words as if you're trying to help someone else understand them. This process, known as the Feynman technique, not only helps solidify your understanding, but also highlights any areas where your knowledge might be fuzzy. Now here's where it gets really interesting. As you're learning and processing this new information, start to think about how it relates to your goals and desires. How can you apply this knowledge to move closer to your ideal life? What new possibilities does this open up for you? For example, let's say you're learning about neuroscience and you come across the concept of neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to change and adapt throughout life. How might this knowledge change the way you think about your own potential for growth and change? How could you apply this understanding to break old habits or develop new skills? Or maybe you're studying quantum physics and you learn about the observer effect, the idea that the act of observation affects the phenomenon being observed. How might this change your understanding of reality and your role in creating it? How could you use this knowledge to become more intentional about what you focus on in your life? The point is to make your learning active and personal. Don't just accumulate information. Use it to transform your understanding of yourself and the world around you. And here's another benefit of this early morning learning. It sets a tone of growth and curiosity for the rest of your day. Instead of starting your day reactively, checking emails, responding to messages, putting out fires, you're starting proactively. You're feeding your mind with new ideas and possibilities. This can have a profound effect on your mood, your energy levels, and your overall outlook on life. Now, I know some of you might be thinking, but I'm not a morning person, I can't focus that early, and that's okay. Remember, we're talking about the hours between 3 Tau and 5 Mats a.m. This isn't about forcing yourself to wake up at the crack of dawn if that's not natural for you. It's about making the most of those times when you naturally wake up in the early hours. And here's the thing. Your brain is actually primed for learning during these hours. Your prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for higher order thinking and decision making, is most active in the morning. By engaging in focused learning during these hours, you're taking advantage of your brain's natural rhythms. Plus, there's something special about learning in the quiet of the early morning. The world is still asleep. There are no distractions, no demands on your time and attention. It's just you and the knowledge you're exploring. This creates a unique opportunity for deep focus and insight. So that's the third thing you should do when you wake up between 3 and 5 a.m. Learn something new, engage your mind, expand your understanding of yourself and the world around you. Do this consistently and watch how it transforms not just your knowledge base, but your entire perspective on life. Now let's bring it all together. Imagine starting your day like this. You wake up naturally between 3 and 5 a.m. Instead of rolling over and going back to sleep, you get up. You sit quietly and meditate, connecting with your heart and visualizing your ideal future. You move your body mindfully, awakening your energy and embodying your intentions. Then you spend some time learning, expanding your mind and making new connections. By the time the rest of the world is waking up, you've already done 3 powerful things to transform your life. You've aligned your energy, activated your body, and expanded your mind. You're not starting your day in reaction mode, you're starting it in creation mode. And here's the beautiful thing. These 3 practices reinforce and amplify each other. The meditation helps you focus during your learning time. The movement energizes your body and clears your mind for meditation. The learning gives you new ideas to visualize and new ways to understand your experiences. Together, these practices create a positive feedback loop. Each day you're becoming more aware, more energized, more knowledgeable. You're literally rewiring your brain and rewriting your energy field. And as you change on the inside, your external reality begins to shift to match. You might start noticing synchronicities, meaningful coincidences that seem to guide you towards your goals. You might find yourself having breakthrough ideas or insights. You might attract people and opportunities that align with your new energy and intentions. But here's the key. You have to be consistent. This isn't about doing these things once or twice and expecting miracles. It's about making them a daily practice. It's about showing up for yourself day after day, even when you don't feel like it, especially when you don't feel like it. Transformation isn't always comfortable. Growth often requires us to step out of our comfort zones. There will be days when you'd rather stay in bed, days when meditation feels difficult, when movement feels like a chore, when learning seems overwhelming. But those are the days when these practices are most important. Those are the days when you have the opportunity to break through old patterns and create new ones. Those are the days when you prove to yourself that you're committed to your growth and transformation. And let me tell you, the rewards are worth it. When you consistently align your thoughts, feelings, and actions with your desires, amazing things start to happen. You begin to live in a state of flow where opportunities seem to arise effortlessly. You become more resilient, able to navigate challenges with grace and ease. You experience more joy, more love, more fulfillment. But don't take my word for it. Try it for yourself. The next time you wake up between 3 and 5 a.m., instead of going back to sleep, give these 3 practices a try. Meditate, move, learn. Do this for a week, for a month, for a year. See how it changes you, see how it changes your life. Remember, you are the creator of your reality. Every thought you think, every emotion you feel, every action you take is shaping your future. By consciously directing your energy and attention during these early morning hours, you're taking control of that creative power. You're no longer at the mercy of your circumstances or your past conditioning. You're actively shaping your destiny. By waking up early and engaging in these practices, you're joining a community of high achievers. Throughout history, many of the world's most successful and influential people, from artists to entrepreneurs to world leaders, have been early risers. They understand the power of those quiet morning hours. But this isn't about following someone else's routine. It's about creating a practice that works for you, that resonates with your unique energy and goals. The specific details might look different for each person. Maybe you meditate for 10 minutes, or maybe for an hour. Maybe your movement practice is yoga, or maybe it's dancing around your living room. Maybe you learn by reading books, or maybe by watching educational videos. The important thing is that you're showing up for yourself. You're making a commitment to your growth and transformation. You're saying to the universe, I'm ready for more. I'm ready to become the best version of myself. Now let's talk about what might happen as you start this practice. At first, it might feel challenging. Your body and mind might resist the change. That's normal. Anytime we try to create a new habit, we encounter resistance. It's your brain's way of trying to conserve energy by sticking to familiar patterns. If you can push through that initial resistance, something amazing happens. Your body and mind start to adapt. You might find yourself naturally waking up during those early hours, feeling refreshed and energized. You might start looking forward to your morning routine, craving that time of peace and focus. And the benefits extend far beyond those early morning hours. You might notice that you have more energy throughout the day, that you're more focused and productive, that you're better able to handle stress and challenges. You might find yourself making healthier choices without even trying, eating better, moving more, connecting more deeply with the people around you. Why? Because when you start your day by honoring yourself, by aligning your energy, moving your body, and feeding your mind, you naturally want to continue that self-care throughout the day. And here's something really exciting. As you continue this practice, you might start to experience what I call supernatural abilities. No, I'm not talking about flying or reading minds. I'm talking about abilities that feel supernatural because they're so far beyond what you're used to. What if the key to profound change, to sculpting your existence, wasn't more struggle, but profound ease? Today, we explore your inherent power to reshape your world, igniting it through two core states: genuine relaxation and steadfast trust. Think about it. How often do we spend our days rushing around, stressed out, worried about what might happen? We're constantly on edge, trying to control everything around us. But what if I told you that the key to receiving everything you desire is actually to let go, to release the oars and allow the current to guide you? That's right. The secret to manifesting your desires, to creating the life of your dreams, is to relax and trust. It sounds deceptively simple, doesn't it? Yet it's a profound truth that can transform your entire existence. When you relax, you lower resistance, allowing your intuitive channels to open. Your mind becomes clear, your body becomes calm, and you create the receptive space where insights and miracles can effortlessly arrive. And when you trust, you align yourself with the natural, intelligent flow of life. You stop fighting against the current and start moving with it, co-creating with the universe. The really exciting part? When you combine relaxation and trust with potent expectation, that's when the magic truly happens. That's when you start to see tangible results, not in some distant hoped-for future, but right here, right now, today. So many of us have been conditioned to believe that change takes an arduous amount of time, that we need to work hard, struggle, and suffer before we can achieve our goals. But what if that narrative isn't entirely true? What if you could expect miracles, significant shifts, to happen the very same day you set your intention with clarity and feeling? It might sound too good to be true, but I've seen it happen time and time again. I've witnessed people experience healing from chronic illnesses, manifest their dream jobs, find their soulmates, all in a matter of days or even hours. And it all started with them making a conscious decision to relax, to trust the process, and to expect great things to happen. Now, a common thought might be, I've tried positive thinking before. I've tried visualizing and it didn't work for me. And I hear you, I really do. But here's the thing, it's not just about thinking positive thoughts or idly visualizing. It's about feeling it. It's about embodying the reality you desire right now in this very moment. When you truly relax and trust, you enter a state of being, a vibrational frequency where anything is possible. Your body releases stored tension, your mind becomes clear and receptive, and you tap into a field of infinite potential, the quantum field where all possibilities exist. In this state, you're no longer separate from your desires. You become one with them, a vibrational match. And here's where expectation comes in with its transformative power. When you expect something to happen, you're not just hoping for it or wishing for it, you are knowing it with every fiber of your being. You're living from the state of its fulfillment as if it's already happened. And that's when the universe, which is a mirror to your inner state, starts to respond in kind. You see, the universe doesn't understand the difference between what's happening in your outer physical world and what's vividly emotionally happening in your inner world. When you can create the feeling, the undeniable sensation of having what you want before it actually manifests in your physical reality, that's when you become a true creator, a conscious architect of your life. So, how do we actively do this? How do we cultivate relaxation, build unwavering trust, and expect miracles to happen today? It all starts with your thoughts and your energy. Every thought you think sends out a distinct signal, a vibration to the universe. It's like dropping a pebble in a pond, ripples spread out, affecting everything around you. When you predominantly think thoughts of lack, of fear, of worry, you're sending out a signal that inevitably creates more of those very experiences in your life. But when you choose consciously to think thoughts of abundance, of love, of boundless possibility, you're creating a whole different reality. You're tuning into a different frequency, one where miracles are not only possible, but are the natural, expected outcome. And it's not just about your thoughts, it's profoundly about your energy, your overall vibration. Every emotion you feel is sending out a powerful signal to the universe. When you feel stressed, anxious, or frustrated, you're vibrating at a low, constricted frequency. But when you can relax into the moment, when you can trust the unfolding, when you can feel genuine joy and gratitude even before your desires manifest, that's when you're vibrating at a high, expansive frequency that attracts miracles. So, how do we shift our thoughts and our energy consistently? It starts with heightened awareness. Pay close attention to what you're thinking and feeling throughout the day without judgment. Notice when you're caught up in cycles of stress or worry, and then make a conscious choice to shift. Take a deep, calming breath, feel your body relax, release the tension. Then ask yourself, what would I be thinking right now if I truly believed that everything was working out perfectly for me? How would I feel if I knew with certainty that my desires were already on their way to me, inevitable and assured? This is where practices like meditation come in so powerfully. When you meditate, you create precious space between your thoughts. You step out of the constant, often critical chatter of your mind and into a place of deep peace and boundless possibility. In this sacred space, you can begin to consciously reprogram your subconscious mind. You see, most of our daily thoughts, feelings, and behaviors are controlled by our subconscious mind. It's like an autopilot system that's been programmed by our past experiences, our ingrained beliefs, and our environment. But when we meditate, we can access this subconscious mind and start to intentionally change the programming. In meditation, you can vividly visualize your desired reality. But remember, it's not just about seeing it in your mind's eye. It's about feeling it with every cell of your body. What would it truly feel like to have perfect, vibrant health? What would it feel like to be financially abundant, free from worry? What would it feel like to be in a loving, supportive, and fulfilling relationship? As you sit in meditation, allow yourself to fully embody these feelings. Let them wash over you. Let them fill you up. Let them become your dominant state. And as you do this, you're literally changing your brain chemistry. You're creating new neural pathways that support your new desired reality. But here's the crucial part. You can't just do this once and expect miracles to happen overnight consistently. This needs to become a daily practice, a committed ritual. Every day, take dedicated time to relax. to trust, to expect great things. Make it as much a part of your routine as brushing your teeth or eating breakfast. And as you do this, pay attention to the signs and synchronicities around you. The universe is always communicating with us, always guiding us towards our highest good and desired manifestations. But so often, we are too busy, too stressed, too caught up in our own thoughts to notice these subtle and sometimes not so subtle nudges. When you relax and trust, you become more attuned to these signs. You start to notice synchronicities, those little coincidences that seem too perfect, too divinely orchestrated to be random. Maybe you think of someone and they call you moments later, or you keep seeing the same number sequence everywhere you look, or you overhear a conversation that gives you exactly the piece of information you need. These are all signs that you're on the right track. They're confirmations from the universe that it has heard your desires and is actively working to bring them to you. But you have to be open to receiving them. You have to trust that they're there and meaningful. This brings us to another important point: gratitude. When you're genuinely grateful for what you already have, even the small things, you open yourself up to receiving more. It's like telling the universe, "Hey, I really appreciate everything you've given me. I'm ready for more good things." So, make gratitude a part of your daily practice. Every morning when you wake up, before you even get out of bed, think of 3 things you're truly grateful for. Feel that gratitude in your body, let it fill you up, and then carry that feeling with you throughout your day. Now, some might wonder, what about action? Don't we need to do something to make our dreams come true? And you're absolutely right. Action is important. But it's not about forcing things to happen or struggling against the current, which creates resistance. When you're relaxed, when you're trusting, when you're expecting great things to happen, the right actions will become clear to you. You'll feel inspired, nudged from within to take certain steps. You'll find yourself in the right place at the right time to meet the right people. Opportunities will present themselves to you, seemingly out of the blue. This is what I call inspired action. It's not about pushing and striving, it's about flowing with the natural current of life. It's about following your intuition, trusting your gut feelings, and taking steps that feel aligned and right to you. When you're taking inspired action, it doesn't feel like work. It feels like play, like joyful expression. It feels like you're doing exactly what you're meant to be doing, and that's when miracles start to happen with greater frequency. Now, let's talk about expectation more deeply. This is where so many people unintentionally trip themselves up. They say they want something, but deep down in their subconscious, they don't really believe it's possible for them. They harbor doubts, fears, and limiting beliefs that hold them back, creating an internal conflict. But when you truly expect something to happen, when you know it in your bones, in your core being, that's when the universe moves mountains to make it happen. And a key to powerful expectation is to detach from the specific outcome and the how. What do I mean by that? Well, when we're overly attached to a specific outcome or a specific timeline, we're often coming from a place of lack or fear. We're essentially saying, I need this to happen or else I won't be happy. And that energy of need, of desperation, actually pushes our desires away from us. But when we can detach from the outcome, when we can say, I'd love for this to happen, and I trust that whatever happens is for my highest good and the highest good of all, that's when we open ourselves up to receive even more than we could have imagined. The universe's plan is often grander than our own. So expect great things to happen, but hold that expectation lightly with an open hand. Trust that the universe has a plan for you that's even better than what you can conceive with your limited human mind. And remember, expectation isn't about passively waiting for something to happen in the future. It's about living as if it's already happened. It's about bringing the feeling of the future into the present moment. So often, we put our happiness on hold. We say, I'll be happy when I get that job, or I'll feel successful when I make a certain amount of money, or I'll feel loved when I find the right partner. But the truth is, you can feel all of those things right now, irrespective of external circumstances. You can feel successful before you make your first million. You can feel loved before you meet your soulmate. You can feel healthy even while your body is still healing. And when you can cultivate and genuinely create those feelings within yourself, that's when you become a powerful magnet for the experiences that match those feelings. This is what it means to live in the end result. It's about embodying the version of yourself that already has everything you desire. How would that version of you think? How would they feel? How would they carry themselves? How would they speak? Start living as that version of yourself today. Don't wait for external circumstances to change. Be the change you want to see in your life. Now, I know this might sound challenging at first. I know it might feel like a big leap from where you are now to where you want to be. But remember, you don't have to make this leap all at once. You can start small. Start with just 5 minutes a day. Sit quietly, close your eyes, and imagine yourself living your ideal life. Feel the feelings associated with that life, the joy, the peace, the abundance, the love. Let them fill your body, saturate your being, and then when you open your eyes, carry those feelings with you into your day as best you can. As you do this consistently, you'll start to notice changes. Maybe at first it's just small things. You feel a little more peaceful. You handle stress a little better. You notice more moments of joy throughout your day. But as you continue this practice, as you make it a regular, non-negotiable part of your life, you'll start to see bigger changes. Opportunities will start to present themselves. People will be drawn to your elevated energy. Things that used to bother you won't affect you as much. And before you know it, you'll look around and realize that your life has transformed, not because you struggled and pushed and forced things to happen, but because you relaxed, trusted, and expected great things to come to you. I want to address something that often comes up when we talk about manifesting our desires. Some people worry that it's selfish to focus on what we want. They think that wanting more for ourselves somehow takes away from others. But here's the truth. When you raise your vibration, when you create a better, more joyful life for yourself, you raise the vibration of everyone around you. Your joy, your success, your abundance doesn't take away from anyone else. In fact, it inspires others to reach for more in their own lives. Think about it. When you're around someone who's genuinely happy, confident, and successful, how does it make you feel? Doesn't it often make you believe that more is possible for you too? That's the ripple effect of raising your own vibration. So don't hold back. Don't dim your light to make others comfortable. The world needs you to be your best, most abundant, most joyful self, because when you're living at your highest potential, you inspire others to do the same. Now let's talk about something that often gets in the way of us relaxing, trusting, and expecting great things. Fear. Fear of failure, fear of success, fear of the unknown, fear of judgment. These fears can keep us stuck, can keep us playing small, preventing us from stepping into our true power. But it's important to remember that fear is just a thought, often an old, conditioned one. It's not inherently real in the present moment. It's a projection of the mind based on past experiences or imagined future scenarios. And just as you can choose to think thoughts of lack or abundance, you can choose whether or not to believe your fears. When fear comes up, and it will, as it's a natural human emotion, don't try to fight it or push it away, as that gives it more energy. Instead, acknowledge it with compassion. Thank it for trying to protect you, as that's often its root intention. And then, consciously choose to focus on trust instead. Choose to believe that no matter what happens, you have the strength, the resources, and the resilience to handle it. Remember, every time you choose trust over fear, you're rewiring your brain. You're creating new neural pathways that support your new, empowered reality. And speaking of the brain, let's touch upon neuroplasticity for a moment. This is the brain's incredible ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections throughout life. What this means is that your brain is constantly changing, adapting, and being molded based on your thoughts, your experiences, and your behaviors. When you consistently practice relaxation, trust, and positive expectation, you're literally changing the structure of your brain. You're creating and strengthening new neural pathways that support these states of being. And the more you practice, the stronger and more dominant these pathways become, making it easier and more natural to live from this empowered state. This is why consistency is so incredibly important. It's not about having one great meditation session or one day where you feel really positive. It's about making these practices a regular, integral part of your life. It's about choosing again and again to focus on what you want rather than what you don't want. Now, a common reflection when people start this work is, I've tried to think positively before and nothing changed. I hear you, and it's a valid point, but here's what I want you to understand. This work isn't just about thinking positive thoughts on a superficial level. It's about aligning your thoughts, your feelings, and your actions. You see, your thoughts create your feelings drive your actions or inactions, and your actions create your results. So if you're thinking positive thoughts but still feeling fearful or doubtful deep down, your actions will likely reflect that underlying fear and doubt, and your results will inevitably match that dominant vibration. That's why it's so important to not just think about what you want, but to feel it, to embody it, to live from the state of it already being your reality. Because when your thoughts, feelings, and actions are all aligned and congruent, that's when you become truly unstoppable. This work isn't about forcing yourself to feel happy all the time. That's unrealistic and can lead to suppression. It's not about denying your negative emotions or pretending everything is perfect when it's not. It's about acknowledging where you are, accepting it without judgment, and then consciously choosing where you want to go from there. If you're feeling sad or angry or frustrated, allow yourself to feel those emotions. They are valid signals. Don't try to push them away or paper over them. But also don't get stuck in them or let them define you. Feel them, acknowledge them, and then ask yourself, what would I rather feel instead? And how can I gently move towards that feeling? This is where the power of choice comes in. In every moment, you have the power to choose your thoughts, your feelings, and your actions. You have the power to choose what you focus on, and what you focus on expands. So focus on what you want, not on what you don't want. Focus on where you're going, not on where you've been. Focus on what's possible, not on what's limiting you. And remember, this isn't about ignoring reality or living in denial. It's about understanding that your perception of reality creates your experience of reality. Two people can look at the exact same situation and see completely different things, experience completely different emotions based on their mindset, their beliefs, and their past conditioning. So choose to see the good, choose to see the opportunities, choose to see the lessons and the potential for growth in every experience. Because when you do that, you open yourself up to a whole new world of possibilities and potentials. An unseen revolution is unfolding, ignited by quantum energy and awakened consciousness. Women embracing solitude are unlocking an intrinsic, formidable magnetism. Not mere allure, but a profound energetic recalibration. This force reshapes their personal electromagnetic signature, making them potent influences, fundamentally altering their interaction with the world around them. Your brain and heart generate electromagnetic fields that extend far beyond your physical body. These fields are measurable, quantifiable, and here's what's fascinating. In the last decade, we've seen a 30% increase in women choosing to live alone, and the research shows these women consistently demonstrate higher levels of what we call coherent energy signatures. When most people think about living alone, they imagine loneliness, emptiness, but that's the old paradigm, the outdated programming from a time when we didn't understand the profound power of choosing solitude. The numbers don't lie. Women who live alone are 42% more likely to start successful businesses, 38% more likely to hold leadership positions, and report higher levels of life satisfaction than their counterparts. Now, your brain is designed to keep you safe, to maintain the status quo. It's been programmed by years of societal conditioning that says a woman needs others to be complete. But that programming is just a pattern of synaptic connections, neural networks firing in predictable ways. And here's the beautiful truth. Every time a woman chooses herself, chooses solitude, she's literally rewiring those neural pathways. She's breaking free from the collective consciousness that has limited human potential for generations. Think about this. Your nervous system is like an antenna. constantly broadcasting and receiving information from the quantum field. When you live alone, you're not just changing your address, you're changing your entire energetic frequency. You're tuning into a frequency of self-sufficiency that becomes irresistibly magnetic to everyone around you. This isn't theory, this is the cutting-edge science of personal transformation. Let me share something remarkable about your brain. When you spend time alone, your prefrontal cortex, that sophisticated command center of your brain, undergoes a fascinating transformation. It's like upgrading the operating system of a computer. But this upgrade happens naturally when you're truly by yourself. Think about what happens to most people in social settings. They're constantly adjusting their behavior, their thoughts, even their energy to match others around them. It's automatic, unconscious. But women who live alone, they're breaking this pattern every single day. Their brains are literally carving new neural highways of independence. Here's the science behind it. Every time you make a decision independently, without seeking validation from others, you release a cascade of neurochemicals, dopamine, serotonin, and norepinephrine. These aren't just feel-good chemicals. They're literally restructuring your neural architecture. Women who live alone are doing this hundreds of times each day, creating what neuroscientists call enhanced neuroplasticity. I was working with a woman in one of our advanced workshops. She had lived with others her entire life until age 45, when she finally chose to live alone. Within 6 months, her brain scans showed something remarkable: increased gray matter density in regions associated with decision-making and emotional regulation. She hadn't just changed her living situation, she had upgraded her brain's hardware. The research shows that when you live alone, your brain's default mode network, the part that activates when you're not focused on the external world, becomes more sophisticated. It's like having a more powerful internal processor. You're not just thinking your own thoughts, you're developing what scientists call metacognitive awareness, the ability to observe your own thinking patterns. Now consider this. Every morning when you wake up alone, your brain isn't immediately processing someone else's energy, someone else's mood, someone else's needs. Instead, it's tuning in to its own frequency. This creates what we call neural coherence, a state where your brain waves are operating in harmony, much like a well-tuned orchestra. But here's what's really fascinating. This neural coherence isn't just happening in isolation. Your coherent brain waves create a stronger electromagnetic field. This field becomes more organized, more powerful. It's measurable with sophisticated equipment. Women who live alone consistently show stronger, more organized electromagnetic heart and brain coherence patterns. The solitude becomes a laboratory for neural evolution. Every time you face a challenge alone, whether it's fixing something in your home, making a major life decision, or simply sitting with your own emotions, you're strengthening neural pathways that most people never develop. You're becoming what neuroscientists call self-referential, someone who can process life's experiences without needing external validation. This isn't about being antisocial. It's about developing a nervous system so refined, so tuned, that when you do interact with others, you're operating from a place of true authenticity rather than dependency. Your brain is no longer searching for completion in others. It's already complete within itself. The latest research in neuroplasticity shows that this kind of independent living actually increases the production of brain-derived neurotrophic factor, BDNF. It's like fertilizer for growing new neural connections. You're not just living alone. You're actively evolving your brain's capacity for independence, resilience, and personal power. Now, this is where it gets truly fascinating. Living alone becomes a masterclass in emotional intelligence. You see, most people spend their lives in an unconscious dance of emotional dependency. They're constantly bouncing their feelings off others, looking for validation, seeking emotional regulation through external sources. When a woman lives alone, something profound happens to her emotional landscape. She begins to develop what science is called emotional autarky, the ability to process, understand, and regulate emotions independently. Your nervous system actually becomes more sophisticated in its ability to handle emotional complexity, so your innate masculinity makes your ability to harness it be operationally effectively. Think about what happens when you feel a strong emotion. sadness, anger, joy, and there's no one else immediately present to share it with. In those moments, you're forced to develop what I call emotional sovereignty. Your brain starts creating new neural networks specifically designed for emotional self-regulation. I remember working with a neuroscientist who studied women living alone versus those living with others. The data was extraordinary. Women living alone showed a 47% increase in activity in the anterior cingulate cortex, the part of your brain responsible for emotional awareness and regulation. They weren't just handling emotions, they were mastering them. But here's what's really remarkable. This emotional mastery creates a unique energy signature. When you can sit with your own emotions, process them fully, without needing someone else to validate or resolve them, you begin operating at a different frequency. You're no longer broadcasting neediness or emotional dependency. Instead, you're emanating what quantum physicists call coherent emotional energy. This emotional coherence becomes magnetic. Other people can feel it, even if they don't understand why. They're drawn to your presence because you're not seeking anything from them emotionally. You've learned to be your own emotional sanctuary. Consider what happens during challenging times. Most people immediately reach for their phones, seeking comfort or distraction from others. But when you live alone, you develop the capacity to be present with discomfort. This isn't just emotional resilience, it's emotional alchemy. You're literally transforming challenging emotions into personal power. Your brain begins to create new neural pathways that associate being alone with emotional strength rather than loneliness. This is crucial because it fundamentally changes your relationship with solitude. Instead of feeling empty when alone, you feel full. Instead of seeking emotional energy from others, you become a generator of positive emotional energy. The research shows that women who master this kind of emotional independence demonstrate higher levels of what psychologists call affect tolerance, the ability to stay steady and centered regardless of emotional weather. They become emotional lighthouses, steady and strong, guiding others simply by example. Let me tell you something powerful about energy and consciousness. In quantum physics, we understand that everything is energy, vibrating at different frequencies. When a woman lives alone, she begins to tap into what scientists call coherent energy states. But this isn't just abstract physics. This is about your personal power field. Every thought you think, every feeling you feel, creates waves in the quantum field. Most people's energy fields are constantly being influenced and disrupted by the people they live with. But when you live alone, something extraordinary happens. Your energy field becomes more organized, more coherent. You're no longer unconsciously entangling your energy with others on a daily basis. Think about this. Every morning when you wake up in your own space, your energy field is purely yours. There's no one else's emotional residue, no one else's thoughts or moods influencing your field. This creates what quantum physicists call a pure state, a condition where your energy signature becomes more powerful because it's undiluted. I've seen this countless times in our advanced workshops. When we measure the electromagnetic field of women who live alone, they consistently show more organized patterns. Their heart coherence measurements, which we can actually track with sophisticated equipment, demonstrate stronger, more stable rhythms. This is where manifestation becomes supercharged. When your energy field isn't constantly mixing with others, you become a clearer broadcaster to the quantum field. Your intentions become more focused. Your ability to attract what you want becomes more precise. You're no longer sending mixed signals to the universe. Here's what's fascinating. Women who live alone often report experiencing what we call quantum jumps in their personal evolution. These are sudden, profound shifts in consciousness that happen because they're able to maintain a consistent energetic frequency without daily interference from others' energy fields. Consider this. Every time you make a decision from a place of complete independence, you're strengthening your connection to what quantum physicists call the zero-point field, the field of all possibilities. You're not just living alone, you're actively participating in your own evolution at a quantum level. The research in quantum biology shows that our cells respond to our energy field. When you maintain a coherent energy state through conscious solitude, you're literally upgrading your body's cellular function. Your DNA becomes more receptive to positive change. You're not just changing your living situation, you're changing your biology at the quantum level. This is why women who live alone often appear to age differently, think differently, and manifest opportunities more easily. They're not just single, they're operating at a different frequency. Their energy field becomes so distinct, so powerful, that it naturally attracts aligned opportunities and relationships. But here's what's most remarkable. This quantum coherence is contagious in the best possible way. When you develop this level of energetic sovereignty, you become what I call a quantum attractor. Other people are naturally drawn to your energy field because it's stable, coherent, and powerful. You're not seeking energy from others, you're generating it independently. Your body is an incredible biological machine that's constantly responding to authenticity. When women live alone, something remarkable happens at the cellular level. Every cell in your body has receptors that respond to thoughts, emotions, and most importantly, to authentic self-expression. Think about what happens in most social living situations. Your biology is constantly adapting to others' presence, others' rhythms, others' needs. But when you live alone, your cells begin to remember their original frequency. They start operating according to your unique biological rhythm. Let me share something fascinating from our research. When we studied the blood samples of women who had lived alone for more than a year, we found increased levels of specific proteins associated with cellular repair and regeneration. Their bodies weren't just existing, they were thriving in a state of authentic expression. Your nervous system holds the memory of every time you've compromised yourself to fit in with others, every time you've dimmed your light, every time you've adjusted your natural rhythm to match someone else's. But here's the beautiful thing about living alone. Your nervous system begins to reset itself. It starts operating from its authentic blueprint rather than from conditioned patterns. The biology of authenticity isn't just about feeling good, it's about your cells literally reorganizing themselves to support your true nature. When you live alone, your circadian rhythm naturally adjusts to your body's genuine needs. Your stress hormones regulate themselves according to your authentic patterns, not someone else's schedule or energy. In my work, I remember working with a woman in her 40s who had always lived with others. Within 3 months of living alone, her inflammatory markers dropped significantly. Her immune system became stronger. Why? Because her biology was no longer spending energy adapting to others' presence. It could focus entirely on supporting her authentic expression. Your DNA is constantly sending and receiving signals based on your environment. When you live alone, these signals become clearer, more coherent. You're not just expressing yourself more authentically, you're literally allowing your genes to express themselves more efficiently. But here's what's really fascinating. This biological authenticity creates what scientists call a signature frequency. People can sense it. They might not be able to explain it, but they can feel when someone is living in complete alignment with their true nature. It's like your cells are broadcasting a signal of authentic power. Here's something that might seem paradoxical at first. The more comfortable you become with solitude, the more magnetically attractive you become to others. But this isn't just some feel-good idea. There's actual science behind this phenomenon. When you live alone, you naturally break free from what neuroscientists call social dependency patterns. Most people operate in a constant state of unconscious social referencing, always checking, always comparing, always seeking validation. But women who live alone develop something remarkable, an internal reference point that's completely independent of external validation. Your brain actually changes its reward patterns. Instead of getting dopamine hits from social approval, you start generating those feel-good chemicals through self-observation and independent achievement. This creates what I call a magnetic paradox. The less you need others' energy, the more they're drawn to yours. Let me tell you about something fascinating we observed in our research. Women who lived alone for more than 2 years showed significantly different brainwave patterns during social interactions. Their brains weren't seeking completion or validation from others. They were operating from a place of wholeness. This wholeness creates a unique energy signature. Think about it. When you're not unconsciously leaking energy through dependency patterns, when you're not constantly seeking something from others, your energy field becomes more concentrated, more powerful. It's like having a fully charged battery versus one that's constantly being drained. I've seen this transformation countless times. Women who master independent living develop what psychologists call secure autonomy. They can engage deeply with others while maintaining their energetic sovereignty. This combination becomes irresistibly attractive to others. But here's what's really fascinating. This magnetic quality isn't about trying to attract others. It's actually about becoming so complete within yourself that your mere presence becomes an invitation for others to experience that same level of wholeness. You're not drawing people to you through need. You're attracting them through resonance. When you live alone, you naturally break free from what I call energetic entanglement patterns. These are the unconscious ways we become enmeshed with others' energy fields. By living alone, you develop what quantum physicists might call a coherent energy signature, pure, undiluted, powerful. Think about what happens in most social situations. People are constantly exchanging energy, often in unconscious, needy ways. But when you've mastered solitude, you enter social situations as an energy generator rather than an energy seeker. This fundamentally changes the dynamic of every interaction. So, the research shows that women who live alone develop stronger boundaries, clearer communication, and more authentic relationships. They're not participating in connections out of habit or need. They're choosing connections that truly align with their evolved frequency. When you live alone, something extraordinary happens to your capacity for personal growth. Your brain's neural pathways literally accelerate their development because you're constantly engaging in what neuroscientists call independent problem-solving loops. Think about what happens in your daily life when you live alone. Every challenge, every decision, every moment of creativity comes from you. There's no unconscious delegation, no automatic sharing of responsibilities. This creates what I call accelerated adaptation syndrome. Your brain becomes a high-speed learning machine. Let me share something remarkable from our research. Women who live alone show a 40% increase in what we call cognitive flexibility, the ability to adapt to new situations and solve problems creatively. Why? Because their brains are constantly being challenged to find solutions independently. Your decision-making muscles grow stronger every single day. When there's no one else to consult for daily choices, your prefrontal cortex, the executive center of your brain, becomes more developed, more efficient. It's like having a personal trainer for your decision-making abilities. I remember working with a scientist who studied the brain patterns of women living alone versus those living with others. The data showed something fascinating. Women living alone developed stronger neural connections in areas associated with executive function, creativity, and problem solving. They weren't just living independently, they were evolving their cognitive capabilities at an accelerated rate. But here's what's really remarkable about this growth acceleration. It compounds over time. Each solved problem, each independent decision, each creative solution builds upon the last. Your brain creates what neuroscientists call success templates, neural patterns that make future problem solving even more efficient. This isn't just about practical skills. You're developing what psychologists call cognitive resilience, the ability to face new challenges with confidence and creativity. When you live alone, your brain knows that it can handle whatever comes its way because it's done it successfully so many times before. Think about what this means for your personal evolution. You're not just growing, you're growing at an exponential rate. Every day presents new opportunities for neural development, new chances to strengthen your independent capabilities, new ways to expand your problem-solving repertoire. Let's talk about something fundamental that happens in your brain when you live alone. You develop what neuroscientists call internal validation circuits. These neural pathways become stronger every time you trust your own judgment, every time you make a decision without seeking external approval. Your brain has a remarkable ability to strengthen self-trust pathways. When you live alone, you're constantly reinforcing what I call the trust response in your nervous system. Instead of looking outside for confirmation, your brain learns to recognize and trust its own signals. In our advanced workshops, we've seen something fascinating on brain scans. Women who live alone show increased activity in the anterior cingulate cortex, the part of your brain responsible for self-assessment and certainty. Their brains aren't just making decisions, they're building a deep neurological foundation of self-trust. Think about what happens when you face uncertainty. Most people immediately seek external validation, but when you live alone, you develop what psychologists call internal certainty markers. Your nervous system becomes more attuned to your own inner knowing, your own wisdom. The research shows something remarkable. Women who live alone demonstrate higher levels of what we call intuitive accuracy. Their brains become better at recognizing and trusting their gut feelings because they're constantly practicing this skill in their daily lives. But here's what's really fascinating about this process. As your self-trust grows stronger, your need for approval actually creates new neural pathways. Instead of seeking validation from others, your brain starts seeking validation from your own experience, your own wisdom, your own knowing. And every time you trust yourself and succeed, your brain releases a cocktail of neurotransmitters that strengthen these self-trust circuits. It's like building a muscle. Each repetition makes it stronger, more reliable, more automatic. You're not just living alone, you're rewiring your brain for independence. I remember working with a woman who'd lived alone for 5 years. When we measured her brain activity during decision-making tasks, we saw something remarkable. Her neural patterns showed what we call high coherence in regions associated with confidence and self-trust. She wasn't just making decisions, she was operating from a place of deep neurological certainty. Something magical happens to your creative potential when you live alone. Your brain enters what neuroscientists call theta state more easily. That's the brainwave frequency where innovation and creativity naturally flow. Without the constant processing of others' energies, your creative force amplifies. Most people don't realize that creativity isn't just about art or music. It's about how you solve problems, how you view the world, how you manifest your desires. When you live alone, your creative energy isn't being unconsciously absorbed or diluted by others' presence. It becomes concentrated, powerful, focused. I've seen this in our research time and time again. Women who live alone show increased activity in their brain's default mode network. That's the neural system responsible for imagination, innovation, and creative problem solving. Their minds become natural generators of new ideas, new possibilities. Think about what happens when you're alone in your space. There's no one else's energy interrupting your creative flow, no one else's thoughts or needs competing for your attention. Your brain naturally enters what we call flow state more frequently. This isn't just about having more time to create, it's about having more energetic space for creativity to emerge. The quantum field responds differently to someone whose creative energy is this focused. You become what I call a creation magnet, naturally attracting opportunities and circumstances that align with your creative frequency. Your manifestations become more powerful because your creative energy isn't being scattered or divided. When you live alone, your creative force isn't just about making art or writing or designing. It's about creating your life exactly as you want it. Every decision, every choice, every action becomes an act of creation. You're not just living, you're actively creating your reality with focused intention. I've seen women transform their entire lives through this amplified creative force. They don't just dream bigger, they manifest those dreams with remarkable speed and clarity because their creative energy is completely aligned, completely focused, completely their own. Right now, in this moment, there's a shift happening in human consciousness. Women living alone aren't just changing their own lives, they're creating ripples that affect the entire field of human potential. Each woman who masters this way of being becomes a beacon, showing others what's possible. Think about the impact you're having just by living authentically, by choosing yourself, by mastering your own energy. You're not just changing your life, you're contributing to a global shift in consciousness. Your energy signature becomes part of what scientists call the morphic field, influencing the collective consciousness in ways we're only beginning to understand. Okay, and the research is clear. When even a small percentage of people operate at higher levels of consciousness, it affects the entire field. Women who master independent living aren't just evolving themselves, they're helping to evolve human consciousness itself. Every time you choose yourself, every time you trust your own wisdom, every time you operate from a place of complete independence, you're sending a signal into the quantum field that ripples out and affects others. You're showing others what's possible when you fully own your power. This isn't just about living alone. It's about living in alignment with your highest potential. It's about becoming so magnetically powerful that you naturally inspire others to step into their own power. Your very existence becomes an invitation for others to evolve. The time for playing small is over. The world needs women who are fully embodied in their power, who understand their own magnetic force, who aren't afraid to live life on their own terms. You're not just creating your own reality, you are helping to create a new paradigm for human consciousness. You're already feeling this resonance within you. That's why you're here. That's why you're listening. Your cells are already vibrating with this potential. The question isn't whether you're capable of this transformation. The question is, are you ready to step fully into your power and become the beacon you're meant to be? Take this moment right now to feel the truth of who you are. Feel the power that comes from choosing yourself. Feel the magnetic force you're capable of generating. The world is ready for your light. The time is now. The power is yours. Let's begin. We're navigating a profound contradiction in our hyper-connected era. Millions relentlessly pursue connection, convinced it's the key to fulfillment. This quest for an external other to complete us is deeply ingrained, a societal narrative whispered from birth. But what if this relentless search is a detour? What if the emptiness isn't a void to be filled by another, but a space misunderstood? Here's what fascinates me about the human brain and consciousness. When you're constantly surrounded by others, always connected, always validated by external sources, your brain actually operates in its most limited state. You become, quite literally, addicted to other people's energy, and that's not just philosophy, that's pure neuroscience. Let me share something extraordinary that happened in our research. We had this participant, let's call her Maria. For 20 years, she jumped from relationship to relationship, never spending more than a few months single. I can't be alone, she told us. I just can't handle the silence. You see, Maria's brain had become hardwired to seek external validation. Her neural pathways were literally shaped by dependency. But here's where it gets interesting. When we started measuring her brain activity during our meditation workshops, something remarkable happened. After just 3 weeks of practicing conscious solitude, not loneliness, but intentional, aware solitude, her brain waves changed dramatically. The constant beta wave activity, that chattering, anxious frequency, began to slow down. Her brain started producing more alpha waves, then theta waves, the same patterns we see in advanced meditators. And this is where the science becomes absolutely fascinating. In a state of conscious solitude, your brain releases different combinations of neurotransmitters. Instead of the addictive rush of dopamine you get from external validation, you begin producing sustainable levels of serotonin and GABA, the chemicals associated with genuine contentment and peace. Think about this for a moment. Your brain has the remarkable ability to evolve beyond its primitive need for constant connection. You're carrying around the most sophisticated technology in the known universe right between your ears, yet most people never learn to operate it at its highest potential. When you choose to be alone, truly alone with your consciousness, you initiate a cascade of neurological events that literally reshape your brain. Your prefrontal cortex, the part responsible for higher thinking and emotional regulation, becomes more active. The amygdala, your fear center, begins to quiet down. And this isn't theory. We can see these changes on brain scans. But here's the most important part. This transformation isn't just about being physically alone, it's about learning to be energetically self-sufficient. When you master this, something magical happens. You stop operating from a place of need and start creating from a place of wholeness. From the moment we're born, society feeds us a powerful story. It's everywhere, in our movies, our music, our books, our family conversations. The story goes like this. You're incomplete until you find the one. And you see, this is just cultural programming. It's literally rewiring your brain's neural circuits to create a state of perpetual seeking. Let me explain what happens in your brain when you're caught in this cycle. Every time you seek validation from another person, your brain releases a quick burst of dopamine. It feels good, right? But here's the thing, it's temporary, and so you need more and more. It's exactly the same neural pathway that creates addiction to substances. You're literally becoming addicted to other people's approval, their presence, their energy. I remember working with this brilliant scientist, Michael. He had 3 PhDs, solved complex quantum equations in his head, but he couldn't spend a Friday night alone. You see, even with all his intellectual understanding, his brain was operating on these deeply embedded programs. Every time he felt the discomfort of being alone, his sympathetic nervous system would activate, a fight or flight mode. His cortisol levels would spike, his heart rate would increase, and he'd immediately reach for his phone to find someone, anyone, to connect with. And this is where it gets really interesting. When we measured Michael's brain activity during these moments of panic, we saw intense beta wave patterns, the signature of an anxious, seeking mind. But here's what's fascinating. These patterns weren't natural. They were learned responses created by years of social conditioning. You see, your brain is constantly scanning your environment, looking for cues about what's safe and what's dangerous. And society has programmed us to interpret solitude as danger. It's triggering the same survival mechanisms in your brain that your ancestors used to avoid being eaten by predators. But here's the profound truth. This is a false alarm. When we look at the quantum field, the invisible energy that connects all things, we see something remarkable. Every person is already complete, already whole at an energetic level. The feeling of incompleteness isn't coming from a real lack. It's coming from a program running in your brain that says you need someone else to be complete. Think about this. Every cell in your body knows how to maintain perfect balance on its own. Your heart beats without external input. Your lungs know exactly when to breathe. Your DNA repairs itself without consulting anyone else. You're already a masterpiece of self-sufficiency at a biological level. So why have we convinced ourselves that we need another person to be emotionally complete? The neural patterns that keep you trapped in seeking behaviors are like deep grooves in your brain. Every time you act on the urge to seek external validation, you deepen these grooves. But here's the incredible thing about neuroplasticity. You can create new patterns. You can literally rewire your brain to find completeness within yourself. This isn't about becoming a hermit or rejecting human connection. It's about breaking free from the neurological addiction to external validation. It's about recognizing that the most profound relationship you can have is with your own consciousness. There's a profound difference between being lonely and being powerfully alone. You see, loneliness is what happens when you're unconsciously separated from others. But conscious solitude, that's when you're intentionally present with yourself, and it changes everything about your brain's operating system. Let me tell you about something remarkable we discovered in our research. When someone is experiencing loneliness, their brain produces inflammatory chemicals, stress hormones flood their system, and their immune function actually decreases. But when someone is practicing conscious solitude, something completely different happens. Their brain begins producing elevated levels of BDNF, that's brain-derived neurotrophic factor, which literally helps grow new neural connections. You see, in our workshops, we regularly measure brain activity during different states of consciousness. And what we've found is absolutely fascinating. When you sit in conscious solitude, fully present with yourself, your brain waves begin to change. You move from high beta waves, the stress frequency, into narrow fields, into theta. And here's where the magic happens. In theta state, while consciously alone, your brain becomes more coherent. The different regions start communicating in harmony. It's like your neural networks are having their first clear conversation with each other, maybe ever. And this is when something extraordinary occurs in the quantum field. Let me explain this in practical terms. Imagine you're sitting alone in your room. Most people immediately reach for their phone, turn on the TV, do anything to escape that silence. But what if instead you took a deep breath and became aware of the energy field around you? You see, Quantum physics shows us that consciousness isn't confined to our brains. It extends into the field around us. We had this participant, Jennifer, a corporate executive who hadn't spent a weekend alone in 15 years. When she first started practicing conscious solitude, her energy field was chaotic. We could measure this. But after just 6 weeks of daily practice, something transformed. Her coherence levels, the harmony in her energy field, increased by 300%. Her brainwaves showed patterns similar to advanced meditators. Here's what's happening at a quantum level. When you're in conscious solitude, your individual field of consciousness becomes more organized, more coherent. You're no longer fragmenting your energy by constantly seeking connection outside yourself. Instead, you're consolidating your energy, strengthening it, allowing it to become more powerful. And think about it like this. Every thought you have creates a ripple in the quantum field. When you're constantly seeking external validation, your thoughts are scattered, creating chaos in your field. But in conscious solitude, your thoughts become more focused, more intentional. You begin to create coherent waves in the quantum field. And this is where it gets really exciting. As your neural pathways rewire through conscious solitude, you begin to access higher brain functions. The prefrontal cortex, the CEO of your brain, becomes more active. You start making decisions from a place of clarity rather than emotional need. Your perception sharpens, your intuition strengthens. You see, while the rest of the world is caught in the addiction of constant connection, you're developing a superpower, the ability to be powerfully alone. This isn't just about being comfortable with yourself. It's about accessing states of consciousness that are only available in solitude. The quantum field responds differently to a coherent, self-contained consciousness than it does to a fragmented, seeking one. When you're truly present in your solitude, you become like a quantum observer, collapsing probability waves into new realities from a place of wholeness rather than need. Here's what most people don't realize. Your emotional attachments to relationships are actually chemical dependencies in your brain. You see, every time you experience validation, connection, or even conflict in a relationship, your body produces a specific cocktail of chemicals. And just like any addiction, your cells become dependent on these emotional chemicals. Let me share something profound we discovered in our research. When someone is in an emotionally dependent state, their body is literally hungering for the next hit of relationship-based chemicals. Cortisol from drama, dopamine from validation, oxytocin from connection. It's like being on an emotional roller coaster that never stops. You see, I worked with this artist, David, who couldn't create unless he was in an emotional crisis. He'd bounce from one intense relationship to another, using the chemical high of emotional chaos to fuel his work. But here's what's fascinating. When we taught him the meditation practice I'm about to share with you, something remarkable happened. The practice is simple, but it requires courage. You sit alone, eyes closed, and instead of running from the discomfort of solitude, you lean into it. You begin to observe the withdrawal symptoms your body experiences when it's not getting its usual dose of emotional chemicals. The anxiety, the restlessness, the urgent need to reach for your phone. These are all just symptoms of withdrawal from emotional addiction. And here's where the transformation begins. As you sit in meditation, breathing deeply, staying present with these sensations, your brain starts producing new chemicals. Instead of the addictive highs and lows of relationship-based emotions, you begin producing stable, sustainable levels of serotonin, GABA, and anandamide, the bliss molecule. You see, every uncomfortable feeling you experience in solitude is actually energy of potential creative force waiting to be transmuted. Think about it. All that emotional energy you've been investing in seeking, maintaining, and recovering from relationships, it can be redirected into pure creative power. Now, in our advanced workshops, we've measured the energy output of people in this state of emotional liberation. The readings are extraordinary. When you break free from emotional dependency, your body's energy field becomes more coherent, more powerful. You're no longer leaking energy into emotional addictions. Let me show you what this looks like in practical terms. Instead of reaching for your phone when you feel lonely, you sit with that energy. You breathe into it. You begin to feel it transform from anxiety into excitement, from emptiness into possibility. This isn't just metaphysical talk. We can measure these changes in brain chemistry. The most beautiful part: as these emotional patterns begin to liberate, your creative energy skyrockets. Remember David, the artist? Once he broke free from his emotional dependencies, his art completely transformed. He began creating from a place of inner fullness rather than emotional lack. His work became more authentic, more powerful, more truly his own. Let me share something remarkable about your brain's ability to change. When we studied long-term practitioners of conscious solitude in our advanced workshops, we discovered something that challenges everything we thought we knew about human consciousness. You see, the brain doesn't just adapt to solitude, it actually thrives in it. In our research, we used advanced brain imaging technology to track what happens when someone commits to regular periods of conscious solitude, and what we found was extraordinary. After just 8 weeks of daily practice, new neural networks begin forming in areas of the brain associated with self-awareness and emotional regulation. It's like watching a garden grow in real time. Let me tell you about Robert, a business executive who participated in our study. For 30 years, he operated in constant connection, always in meetings, always on calls, always surrounded by people. His brain scan showed intense activity in the default mode network, the area associated with social anxiety and self-referential thinking. You see, his brain was literally wired for dependency on external input. But here's where it gets fascinating. After committing to 2 hours of conscious solitude practice daily, something remarkable happened in Robert's brain. The neural pathways associated with anxiety and external validation began to prune themselves back, while new pathways formed in the prefrontal cortex. You see, his brain was literally rebuilding itself to support independence rather than dependency. And this is where neuroplasticity becomes truly magical. When you consistently practice conscious solitude, your brain starts creating what we call self-referential stability. Instead of needing constant external input to feel balanced, your neuron networks reorganize to maintain stability from within. It's like your brain develops its own emotional ecosystem. The measurable changes are stunning. We see increased gray matter density in regions associated with self-awareness. The insula, the part of your brain that helps you understand your internal state, becomes more active and more connected to other brain regions. The anterior cingulate cortex, which helps regulate emotions, shows enhanced connectivity. You see, every time you choose to sit with yourself, instead of seeking external distraction, you're literally building new neural highways. It's like laying down golden paths in your brain that lead to greater self-sufficiency. And here's what's remarkable. These changes become permanent with consistent practice. In our advanced studies, we found that people who master solitude developed what we call coherent brain states. Their neural activity becomes more organized, more efficient. They require less energy to maintain emotional balance because their brains have literally rewired themselves for self-sufficiency. Think about this. Every moment you spend in conscious solitude is like a rep at the gym for your brain. You're strengthening the neural networks that support independence while weakening the ones that create dependency. This isn't just theory. We can see these changes on brain scans, measure them in brainwave patterns, track them through hormonal changes. The most profound transformation happens in the default mode network, that part of your brain that activates when you're not focused on external tasks. In most people, this network creates anxiety and rumination when they're alone. But in those who master solitude, it becomes a source of creativity, insight, and deep personal understanding. And here's the truly revolutionary part. Once these changes take hold, they become your new baseline. Your brain literally forgets how to be dependent because it's discovered something far more efficient: true self-sufficiency. Once your brain rewires for self-sufficiency, something extraordinary begins to happen. You start developing what I call the ultimate partnership, the one between your conscious mind and your quantum consciousness. You see, when you're no longer fragmenting your energy seeking external completion, you can finally experience the profound communion with yourself. Let me share something remarkable from our research. We used advanced energy field detection equipment to measure the coherence patterns of people who've mastered this inner partnership. What we found was astonishing. Their energy field signature was completely different from those still seeking external validation. It was more organized, more coherent, more powerful. You see, Lisa, one of our workshop participants, came to us after decades of seeking completion in relationships. She described herself as a serial relationship addict. But when she began practicing self-communion, something fascinating happened. Her energy field measurements showed a dramatic shift instead of the chaotic signature. Think about this. Every thought you have, every emotion you feel, creates ripples in your energy field. When you're constantly seeking outside yourself, these ripples are fragmented, conflicting. But when you develop this inner partnership, these ripples become coherent waves, amplifying each other. It's like your energy field starts singing in perfect harmony with itself. Here's what happens in practical terms. When you sit in conscious communion with yourself, you begin to access different levels of your own consciousness. The analytical mind partners with intuition. The emotional body aligns with higher awareness. You create what we call a vertical integration of consciousness. And this is where it gets really exciting. Once you establish this inner harmony, you naturally begin attracting higher experiences, not because you're seeking them, but because you're vibrating at their frequency. You see, a coherent energy field acts like a magnet for similar experiences. It's pure physics, like attracts like in the quantum field. In our advanced workshops, we've documented countless cases of people experiencing spontaneous expansions of consciousness once they achieve this inner partnership. Their meditation experiences deepen, their intuitive abilities sharpen, their creative insights multiply, all because they've stopped looking outside for what can only be found within. Remember Lisa? 6 months after mastering this inner partnership, her life transformed in ways she never imagined. Here's what's fascinating. She wasn't seeking these changes. They naturally emerged from her state of self-completion. Her business thrived, her creative projects flourished, and yes, her relationships improved, but not because she needed them to feel complete. You see, when you're in true partnership with yourself, you become a conscious creator rather than a constant seeker. Your energy field shifts from a pattern of need to a pattern of abundance. And this isn't just spiritual talk. We can measure these changes in the quantum field around your body. When you master conscious solitude, you're not just changing your own life, you're participating in the next leap of human evolution. You see, our biological drive for partnership served a crucial purpose in our survival as a species. But now, we're ready for something far more extraordinary. Let me share something profound we've observed in our research. When someone achieves true self-completion through conscious solitude, their contribution to the collective consciousness changes dramatically. We can actually measure this using quantum field detectors. We found that a person in a state of coherent solitude affects the field around them in a radius of up to 100 feet. You see, when you transcend the biological imperative for constant connection, you begin operating at a higher frequency of consciousness. It's like upgrading your internal operating system. Instead of drawing energy from the collective field, you become a generator of coherent energy that elevates the entire field. Think about James, a participant in our advanced studies. After mastering conscious solitude, his presence alone began affecting group measurements in our workshops. People sitting near him showed increased coherence in their own brain patterns without any direct interaction. You see, a self-complete consciousness naturally uplifts the field around it. This is where evolution is taking us. We're moving from a species that needs external connection for survival to one that can maintain incredible creative power through conscious solitude. It's not about becoming isolated. It's about contributing to the whole from a place of genuine wholeness. And here's what's truly remarkable. As more people master this state, we're seeing evidence of a quantum field effect. It's like we're creating nodes of coherent consciousness that begin networking together at a quantum level. Each person who masters conscious solitude becomes like a beacon, strengthening this new field of evolved awareness. So let me show you exactly how to begin this transformative journey into conscious solitude. You see, the process starts with just 15 minutes a day. Find a quiet space where you won't be disturbed. No phone, no distractions, just you and your consciousness in pure communion. Begin by sitting comfortably and focusing on your breath. But here's the key difference. Instead of trying to clear your mind, you're going to start connecting with your future self. You see, quantum physics shows us that all possible futures exist simultaneously in the field. Your job is to connect with the version of you who has already mastered this powerful solitude. Let me share a technique we've seen create remarkable results. Close your eyes and imagine yourself 1 year from now, completely at peace in your solitude. Feel the strength, the completeness, the profound sense of self-sufficiency that future you embodies. You see, when you do this, you're not just imagining, you're actually creating quantum connections with that future state. Think about Emily, who started with just these 15 minutes. At first, she could barely sit still. But after 2 weeks of consistent practice, something shifted. She began feeling drawn to longer periods of solitude. Her brain was literally rewiring itself to crave these moments of conscious communion with self. And here's the most beautiful part. You don't have to wait years to experience transformation. Every single time you choose solitude over distraction, you're building new neural pathways. Every time you stay present with yourself instead of reaching for your phone, you're strengthening your connection to your evolved future self. You see, you're not just engaging in a practice, you're answering an evolutionary call. Your consciousness is ready to make this leap. Your brain is designed for this transformation. All that's required is your willing participation in this next step of human evolution. Remember, you're not alone in your solitude. You're part of a growing wave of consciousness that's discovering the extraordinary power of being powerfully alone. And as you master this state, you become a living example of what's possible for human consciousness. The journey begins with your next breath. The future you who has mastered this is already waiting in the quantum field. All you have to do is choose to take the first step. And so I ask you, are you ready to discover just how powerful you can become in your solitude? 76.8. What truly captivates is how the human mind reshapes its very wiring when genuine self-reliance is embraced. The scientific insights are astounding. Women fostering solitude often show heightened prefrontal cortex activity, the nexus for sophisticated decision-making, imaginative breakthroughs, and profound contentment. This isn't merely psychological. It's woven into our biology, our intricate chemistry, even the subtle dance of quantum principles. Consider Sarah's journey. Merely half a year past, she was in a seminar, overwhelmed, recounting a lifetime of conforming to external expectations with relatives, housemates, then a significant other, perpetually adjusting, yielding, never authentically inhabiting her own spirit. Then she courageously chose solitary living. The outcome? Within a mere 4 months, her stress hormone, cortisol, plummeted by an astonishing 47%. Her heart rate variability, a crucial indicator of emotional fortitude, showed remarkable enhancement. Yet most striking were her brain images. Nascent neural connections were visibly forming in regions linked to self-assurance and heightened introspection. Now, here's a concept that might recalibrate your understanding. The prevalent idea that women require ceaseless companionship to truly flourish. This is, in essence, a deeply embedded societal script, an operating system installed within your cognitive framework, often without explicit consent. Ponder this. How many times have you encountered sentiments like, "Don't you feel isolated?" or "When do you plan to establish a permanent partnership?" These are not so much genuine inquiries as they are societal echoes, forms of conditioning that can subtly impede your journey towards your ultimate potential. When you establish a sanctuary that is entirely your own, something truly extraordinary unfolds within your brain. The latest findings in neuroscience demonstrate that in environments characterized by peace and self-direction, the amygdala, that primal segment of your brain governing the fight or flight response, actually begins to settle. But this is merely the preface to a more profound transformation. In controlled observations, a remarkable phenomenon has been noted. When women transition to living by themselves, their brainwave patterns shift dramatically. Instead of the turbulent beta waves associated with stress and unceasing external stimuli, there's a discernible rise in alpha and theta waves, the very patterns intrinsically linked with creativity, intuition, and a deep, abiding inner calm. This isn't about fleeting feelings, it's about measurable, quantifiable alterations occurring at the neuronal level. Let's explore the intricate processes unfolding in your brain when you achieve complete dominion over your personal environment. Your hypothalamus, the command center for your autonomic nervous system, starts to generate lower quantities of cortisol, your primary stress hormone, alongside increased levels of DHEA, the hormone connected with vitality, youthfulness, and mental sharpness. In fact, dedicated research reveals that women residing independently for as little as 3 months experience a 35% decrease in cortisol production. Contemplate that. Simply by modifying your living circumstances, you are literally recalibrating your body's intrinsic chemistry. But the implications become even more compelling. Each time you independently navigate a challenge, each instance you arrive at a decision without seeking external consensus, you are forging new neural pathways. These pathways function much like muscles. The more they are utilized, the more robust they become. When you live autonomously, you are, in effect, engaging in a constant neural workout, fortifying these conduits of self-reliance on a daily basis. The brain imaging we've analyzed is profoundly revealing. Women who live autonomously exhibit increased density in cerebral regions correlated with decision-making, emotional self-regulation, and inventive problem-solving. You're not simply existing independently, you are actively remodeling your brain to become inherently more independent. It's a beautifully synergistic feedback mechanism. The more profound your self-trust, the more your brain adapts to reinforce that trust. And here's an insight often overlooked by conventional science. This self-reliant cognitive state generates an entirely different electromagnetic field around your being. Instead of the fragmented, disorganized energy patterns observed in individuals constantly modulating themselves to align with others, we detect coherent, harmonious fields. Your heart and brain begin to operate in synchrony, establishing what is identified as heart-brain coherence. This isn't mere poetic fancy, it's a phenomenon we can ascertain using sophisticated diagnostic equipment. The most profound alteration transpires in the default mode network, the segment of your brain that is active when your focus is internal rather than on the external world. In women who choose to live alone, this network demonstrates enhanced efficiency and greater organization. You're not merely fostering tranquility within your personal space. You are quite literally rewiring your brain for peace, strength, and independence at the most fundamental level. Now imagine carrying this restructured brain, this coherent energetic signature, into every interaction, every decision, every fleeting moment of your existence. That is not isolation, it is liberation. That is not loneliness, it is sovereignty over your own intricate system. Here's what is crucial to grasp about societal programming. It's not solely a mental construct, it has biological underpinnings. Every instance you perceive that compulsion to garner approval, every time you question your capacity to be self-sufficient, that isn't your authentic core self-expressing. It's an accumulation of years of conditioning operating through your nervous system, much like software code executes in a computer. Let's achieve absolute clarity on what occurs within your body when you liberate yourself from this ingrained conditioning. For generations, women have been conditioned to believe their very survival hinges on continuous connection with others. This fosters a literal dependency within your brain, a reliance on external validation. Each time someone affirms your choices, your brain dispenses a measure of dopamine. It generates a pleasant sensation, correct? Yet herein lies the challenge. You exist in a perpetual cycle of pursuing that subsequent affirmation. When you initially embark on living alone, your system might undergo what can be termed validation withdrawal. You could experience anxiety, a sense of uncertainty, perhaps even a degree of fear. This is not an indication of weakness. It's your biological makeup attempting to preserve the established program of dependency. But this is precisely where the transformation begins. If you can remain conscious and observant throughout this process, you are actively reshaping your neural architecture. That transition from a survival-oriented mode to a creation-oriented mode is deeply significant. In survival mode, your body is manufacturing stress chemicals, your energy is diffuse, and you are constantly assessing your environment for signs of approval or rejection. Conversely, in creation mode, your body commences production of entirely different neurochemicals: serotonin, oxytocin, and anandamide, what scientific circles refer to as the bliss molecule. And the truly beautiful aspect is that you are generating these compounds not because external factors induced positive feelings, but because you consciously chose to cultivate that state of well-being. I've witnessed this metamorphosis countless times through dedicated study. Women who break free from the imperative for constant validation undergo what we term a biological upgrade. Their immune systems fortify, their sleep patterns improve, their energy levels find a natural equilibrium. Why? Because they are no longer expending valuable biological resources, endeavoring to sustain connections that do not serve their ultimate well-being. Consider this. Every occasion you opt to trust your internal judgment instead of soliciting external opinions, you are constructing new neural networks. Every time you savor your own companionship rather than filling your environment with noise and diversions, you are strengthening these networks. This is not abstract theory. We can observe these alterations on brain scans. The most captivating part is that once you dismantle this programming, your energy field undergoes a complete change. Instead of the disjointed, erratic patterns seen in individuals constantly in pursuit of validation, we observe coherent, potent fields that actually exert an influence on everyone in their vicinity. You evolve into what I describe as a walking invitation, demonstrating to others the possibilities that unfold when one breaks free from societal conditioning. And what's truly extraordinary is that this new state becomes your established norm. Your body, in a literal sense, forgets how to function from that previous state of dependency. The desire for incessant validation begins to feel unfamiliar, uncomfortable, even alien. You're not merely altering your mindset, you're transforming your entire biology, your entire energetic signature. Remember this: every time you sense that old programming attempting to draw you back, that isn't a regression. It's an opportunity to fortify your new neural networks even further. It's akin to physical exercise. The resistance is what cultivates strength. Every moment of prioritizing yourself over external validation is, in effect, upgrading your nervous system to a new echelon of operation. When you comprehend the principles of quantum physics, you start to perceive that your home is not merely a physical structure, it's an energetic field with which you are in constant interplay. The remarkable aspect of women living independently is their capacity to create what is known in quantum physics as a coherent field, a domain where the electromagnetic frequencies are harmonious, unified, and incredibly potent. Reflect on this. Every thought you entertain, every emotion you experience generates a measurable electromagnetic field. When you reside alone, you're not simply arranging decor. You are, in a literal sense, orchestrating energy. Our investigations demonstrate that spaces inhabited by self-reliant women possess a significantly distinct frequency signature compared to spaces filled with conflicting energetic influences. It's quantifiable, it's tangible, and it's transformative. The vibrational frequency of independence is genuinely extraordinary. We've gauged it in our research environments. When a woman is entirely aligned with her sovereign essence, her energy field can expand up to 3 times its usual dimension. This isn't metaphysical conjecture, it's quantum mechanics. Your very atoms oscillate at a higher frequency when you are not perpetually recalibrating your energy to match that of others. Here is where the phenomenon becomes truly intriguing. When you are operating from this frequency of independence, you become what quantum physicists term an attractor pattern. Instead of expending effort to force outcomes in your life, you begin to draw opportunities and experiences that resonate with your elevated frequency. This isn't mystical, it's mathematical. It's the law of resonance in effect. Creating from a state of wholeness versus a sense of lack alters everything at the subatomic level. When you are constantly endeavoring to fill a perceived void through relationships or external validation, you are in fact generating a quantum field of scarcity. However, when you create from a foundation of completeness, your electrons literally spin with a different momentum. The space between your atoms becomes charged with potentiality rather than deficiency. Let me convey what we've observed in our advanced study groups. Women who fully embrace living autonomously begin to produce what we identify as coherent heart frequencies. These frequencies are so potent that they can actually be detected up to 15 feet away from their physical bodies. They are, in essence, broadcasting a signal of wholeness into the quantum field. And here's what conventional science may not emphasize. This field of wholeness becomes magnetic, not in a manner of desperation or need, but in a way that naturally attracts life's most favorable experiences towards you. You are no longer attempting to complete yourself through others. Instead, you are creating from a position of fullness, and the quantum field responds in kind. The most beautiful facet is that this isn't a temporary state. Once you establish this coherent field within your home and within your being, it becomes your new baseline. Your atoms, in a literal sense, forget how to vibrate at those lower frequencies associated with dependency and lack. You're not merely altering your living situation, you are fundamentally altering the quantum fabric of your reality. The art of emotional mastery extends beyond simply feeling good. It's about becoming the conductor of your internal chemistry. When you live alone, you are presented with an extraordinary opportunity to become what I term an emotional alchemist. You see, most individuals exist in a perpetual state of reaction, their emotions dictated by their external environment. But you possess the agency to create your emotional state anew, from its very foundation, each and every morning. Let me explain what transpires within your body when you assume command of your internal state. Your hypothalamus, the regulatory hub of your autonomic nervous system, begins to manufacture a completely different array of chemicals. Instead of the stress compounds that arise from constantly managing the energies of others, you start producing what I refer to as the chemicals of empowerment. Norepinephrine for enhanced focus, serotonin for a sense of well-being, and dopamine, not derived from external validation, but from mastering your own internal landscape. Here's what is particularly fascinating about cultivating new habits when you live alone. You're not merely adjusting your routine, you are, in a literal sense, re-engineering your neural circuitry. Every instance you choose to respond thoughtfully instead of reacting impulsively, you are building new synaptic connections. Every time you maintain your internal equilibrium without requiring external approval, you are fortifying these pathways. After approximately 4 to 6 weeks of consistent practice, your new patterns establish themselves as your new neurobiological default. The influence of your morning ritual is absolutely extraordinary. Upon waking, your brain operates in what scientists call a theta state, highly receptive, akin to a garden prepared for planting. The initial hour of your morning effectively programs your brain's neural networks for the entire day ahead. This is why I am so dedicated to what I call state training as the first order of business in the morning. Allow me to share something remarkable we've observed in our research. Women who master their morning routines exhibit a 40% increase in heart rate variability. That's a key indicator of emotional resilience. Their brainwave patterns transition from the disorganized beta waves characteristic of stress to the structured alpha waves indicative of calm authority. But here's what is truly profound. These changes are not merely temporary. They begin to encode themselves within your DNA. Contemplate this. Every time you awaken and intentionally cultivate your desired state, instead of immediately checking your phone or attending to the needs of others, you are literally influencing your genetic expression. You are instructing your genes to produce proteins that support emotional stability, mental clarity, and physical vitality. This isn't philosophy, it's epigenetics. The most potent aspect of emotional mastery is what occurs within your heart. The heart generates an electromagnetic field 5,000 times more powerful than that of your brain. When you are in what scientists term heart coherence, this field becomes organized, rhythmic, and incredibly influential. Living alone provides the perfect laboratory to master this coherence without external interference. And here's what most people fail to understand. These new patterns of self-regulation actually alter how your cells communicate. Instead of your cells receiving stress signals throughout the day, they begin to receive signals of peace, power, and possibility. Your biology, in a literal sense, begins to reorganize itself around your new level of emotional mastery. Remember this, every morning when you awaken is an opportunity to tune your nervous system to a new frequency. You're not just performing a routine, you are quite literally programming your quantum field for the day ahead. This is how you transition from living at the mercy of your emotions to becoming the creator of your emotional state. The science of self-love isn't merely a comforting notion, it's a demonstrable transformation within your neural architecture. When you practice loving yourself without any need for external validation, something extraordinary transpires in your brain. The neurons responsible for self-worth literally begin to fire and wire together. This is neuroplasticity in its most elegant form. Let me share something remarkable from our investigations. When women engage in self-love meditation and embrace solitude, their brain scans reveal increased activity in the anterior cingulate cortex, the very region associated with self-awareness and emotional regulation. But here's what is truly captivating. Their brains begin to produce elevated levels of oxytocin, the bonding hormone, not from external relationships, but from the relationship with their own inner life. The heart coherence measurements we've recorded are absolutely mind-altering. When you are in a state of authentic self-love, your heart produces an electromagnetic field that becomes so organized, so coherent, that we can measure its influence up to 3 feet away from your body. This field isn't just an emotional phenomenon, it's affecting every cell in your body, every strand of your DNA. Reflect on this. Every time you choose to appreciate yourself, to celebrate your own company, you're not just experiencing a pleasant moment, you are literally altering your genetic expression. The genes responsible for stress reduction, cellular repair, and longevity begin to activate. The genes associated with inflammation and aging begin to deactivate. This isn't metaphysical speculation, this is established science. The biology of joy and contentment is extraordinary. When you are truly content in your own presence, your body begins to produce what I call the chemistry of wholeness. Your pineal gland releases elevated levels of melatonin and serotonin. Your pituitary gland optimizes its hormone production. But here's what's truly remarkable. Your cells begin to vibrate at a higher frequency. They literally forget how to resonate with lower emotional states. What fascinates me most is that when women master self-love in solitude, their immune system function can improve by up to 50%. Their telomeres, those protective caps on your DNA that determine biological aging, actually begin to regenerate. You're not just feeling better emotionally, you are literally reversing your biological age through the power of self-directed love. And here's the quantum truth about self-love. It creates a magnetic field that draws more experiences that match that frequency. When you are truly loving yourself, you cease attracting relationships based on need or lack. Instead, you begin drawing experiences that mirror your internal state of wholeness. This isn't merely a principle of attraction, this is quantum physics in action. Creating a new reality isn't about hoping or wishing, it's about becoming such a master of your inner world that the outer world has no choice but to reorganize itself around your new energy. When you live alone, you have this extraordinary opportunity to become what I call a reality architect. Listen carefully, because this is where science converges with the seemingly supernatural. During meditation, your brain waves shift from beta to alpha and eventually to theta. In theta, you're operating at approximately 4 to 7 cycles per second, the exact frequency where you can reprogram your subconscious mind. This is when something magical happens, the total removal of judgment. Your belief system, your beliefs, your thoughts, you'll forge new programs in your neural circuitry. Here's what's fascinating about manifestation. It's not just thinking about what you want. It's about teaching your body to emotionally believe it's already happened. When you're alone in your space, free from others' energies, you can practice what we call embodied manifestation. You're not just visualizing your future, you are literally training your cells to vibrate at the frequency of that future reality. The art of mental rehearsal is absolutely extraordinary. Every time you rehearse your desired future with elevated emotion, your brain doesn't discern the difference between the actual experience and what you're imagining. Your neurons are firing in new sequences, building new networks, preparing your biology for this new reality. After about 4 weeks of consistent practice, these new neural networks become so stable that your brain begins to accept this as your new normal. Let me share something remarkable from our advanced workshops. When participants enter what we call the creation state during meditation, their brain scans show activity in both the frontal lobe and the limbic system simultaneously. They're not just thinking about their future. They're feeling it so completely that their body begins producing the exact chemicals it would produce if that future were happening right now. Think about this. Every time you sit in meditation and emotionally rehearse your future, you're sending a new signal into the quantum field. You're not just daydreaming, you're literally broadcasting electromagnetic frequencies that begin to attract corresponding experiences. This is why I always say, your task isn't to figure out how your future will materialize. Your task is to maintain the frequency that matches that future. The most powerful part is that when you're living alone, you have these perfect conditions to maintain what I call creation coherence. There's no one pulling you back into old patterns, no external energies disrupting your new frequency. You can stay in the energy of your future until it becomes your present reality. And here's what traditional manifestation teachers might not tell you. This process actually changes your DNA. When you consistently maintain elevated emotions while focusing on your future, you're literally signaling your genes to produce proteins that support this new reality. You're not just changing your thoughts, you're changing your biology to match your destiny. Remember this, every morning when you sit in meditation, you're not just going through a routine, you're literally stepping into a quantum field of infinite possibilities. You're training your body to be the receiver for the future you're creating. This isn't positive thinking, this is the physics of transformation. The power of choice becomes almost supernatural when you understand what's truly occurring in your brain during decision-making. When you live alone, something extraordinary takes place. Your decisions emanate from a place of pure authenticity rather than unconscious programming. Let me articulate what happens in your nervous system when you make decisions devoid of external influence. Your prefrontal cortex, the executive center of your brain, begins operating at its optimal frequency. But here's what is particularly fascinating. When you eliminate the noise of others' opinions, your brainwaves actually synchronize between the left and right hemispheres. You are accessing what scientists term whole brain thinking. And this isn't merely about making decisions. This is about operating from your highest potential. Consider this. Every time you make a choice from this elevated state, you're not just deciding, you're literally forging new neural pathways that make future empowered decisions easier. Our research indicates that women who consistently make decisions from this place of sovereignty exhibit a remarkable 60% increase in neural density in areas associated with confidence and clarity. The freedom to design your life isn't just about creating schedules or formulating plans. It's about becoming so attuned to your own energy that every choice becomes an expression of your higher self. When you're living alone, you have this extraordinary opportunity to maintain what we call choice coherence, where your decisions align perfectly with your authentic frequency. Here's what's truly remarkable. When you make decisions fueled by elevated emotions instead of fear or obligation, your heart and brain enter a state of perfect coherence. This coherence generates an electromagnetic field so potent that it begins to influence the quantum field around you. You're not just choosing your next step, you're literally magnetizing opportunities that match your new level of awareness. And remember this, every time you choose from this elevated state, you're not just affecting your present moment, you're literally programming your future by teaching your body how it feels to live from complete autonomy. This isn't abstract theory, it's the biology of transformation through conscious choice. When you understand the neuroscience of authentic connections, something extraordinary happens. Your relationships transform from energy-draining obligations to what we call coherent resonance. Living alone doesn't mean living in isolation. It means creating connections from a foundation of wholeness instead of need. Let me share something fascinating from our research. When women build relationships from a place of self-completeness, their brain scans show increased activity in the social engagement network while simultaneously maintaining strong alpha waves, the exact pattern associated with authentic connection without energy depletion. This isn't just socializing, this is quantum entanglement at its finest. The quality of your relationships becomes almost supernatural when you're operating from this elevated state. Instead of maintaining dozens of surface-level connections, you naturally attract what we call resonant relationships. People who match your frequency of consciousness. Our measurements show that when two people connect from this authentic space, their heart coherence patterns actually synchronize, creating a field of energy that's measurable up to 6 feet away from their bodies. Think about this. When you choose your family, your social circles, from this place of sovereignty, you're not just making friends, you're literally creating a network of coherent energy that supports your evolution. Every authentic connection becomes a node in what quantum physicists call a field of supportive consciousness. Most importantly, these chosen connections don't drain your energy, they amplify it. When you meet someone operating at your frequency, your nervous systems enter what we call positive resonance. Your brain starts producing elevated levels of oxytocin and serotonin, but without the addiction patterns of dependent relationships. This isn't just friendship, this is evolutionary connection. The peak experiences you have in solitude are not just emotional highs. They are moments when you literally merge with universal consciousness. When you're alone, in complete presence, your brain waves shift into what scientists call the gamma state, the exact frequency where mystical experiences often occur. Let me tell you what's happening in these sacred moments. Your pineal gland, often considered the seat of higher consciousness, begins producing elevated levels of natural DMT, sometimes referred to as the spirit molecule. But here's what's extraordinary. In complete solitude, your awareness can expand beyond your physical body into what quantum physicists call the unified field. You're not just having a moment of bliss, you're experiencing your own inherent divinity. The self-discovery that happens in these moments isn't just psychological. When you touch this field of pure consciousness, your DNA actually begins to vibrate at a higher frequency. You're literally transforming at the cellular level through these moments of transcendent solitude. And this isn't solely spirituality, this is the biology of enlightenment. So, as you step into this elevated state of independence, remember, you're not just changing your own reality. Your coherent energy field becomes a living invitation for others to rise into their own power. Each moment you spend in this state of sovereign joy literally transforms the quantum field around you. The science shows us that one person operating at this frequency can influence a vast number of people through the phenomenon of quantum entanglement. Your choice to embrace solitude, to become the master of your own energy, creates ripples in the fabric of consciousness itself. You are the creator of your future, the architect of your reality, and the living proof that true happiness comes from within. Step into this power. Become the energy that changes everything. The universe isn't just supporting you, it's expanding through your awakened consciousness. This is your moment. This is your transformation. This is your extraordinary life. Make it magnificent. Imagine a day where your inner peace remains unshaken, regardless of the chaos outside. Each sunrise offers a blank canvas, a chance to architect your emotional landscape. Yet how often do spilled coffee, a delayed train, or a critical comment hijack our entire mood? We unknowingly surrender our calm to fleeting external events. But consider this. What if the ultimate control switch wasn't out there, but within you? What if you could cultivate a state where life's daily dramas simply wash past, leaving you untouched? It might seem like a superpower, but it's a skill we can explore together. We're all familiar with the age-old phrase, "Don't sweat the small stuff," but you see, from the mind's perspective, there is no small stuff or big stuff. It's all just stuff. It's all input, and you could choose how you're going to perceive and respond to that input. Think about it like this. Let's say you're driving to work and someone cuts you off in traffic. You instantly feel that surge of anger and frustration. Your heart rate increases. You might yell some choice words, and you're thrown into a foul mood for the rest of your commute and even after arriving at the office. But here's the thing. In that moment, when the person cut you off, nothing actually happened to you. No physical harm came to you. You didn't get into an accident or suffer any tangible consequences. It was a mere event that your mind perceived as a threat or an offense. Now, I'm not saying it's okay for people to drive recklessly or cut others off, but I am saying that you have a choice in how you're going to respond to that event. You can let it ruin your entire day, or you can learn to act as if it doesn't bother you at all. You see, when something happens that we perceive is unpleasant or bothersome, there's a chemical release that takes place in the body. We go into a fight or flight response. Our emotions take over, and all logical reasoning goes out the window. But what if you could interrupt that process? What if at the moment you start to feel that emotional charge, you could consciously choose to short-circuit that response? It's not always easy, but with practice, you can train your mind and body to remain calm and centered, no matter what comes your way. Acting as if nothing bothers you means developing what I call ultimate life force traits. It means stepping into your personal power and reminding yourself that you are the creator of your reality, not the victim of circumstances. One of those ultimate life force traits is imperturbability, the ability to remain calm, poised, and unflustered in the face of any situation. It's the opposite of easily disturbed or upset. It means knowing that you have the inner strength to weather any storm without losing your center. Another key trait is unflappability, not easily ruffled or thrown off balance. When you're unflappable, you move through life with grace and ease, not allowing external events to ruffle your feathers or shake your composure. Now, I know what you might be thinking. Yeah, that all sounds great in theory, but how do I actually put this into practice? Well, my friends, it starts with awareness. You have to become hyper-aware of your thoughts, emotions, and physical sensations in any given moment. When you feel that initial twinge of annoyance or anger, brewing, recognize it for what it is, just an impulse signal from your brain. At that point, you have a choice. You can latch onto that feeling and let it consume you, or you can consciously interrupt the pattern. Take a deep breath, feel your feet grounding into the earth, and remind yourself, I am not going to let this bother me. I am in control of my state of being. It's like hitting the reset button in your mind and body. You're choosing to stay centered, poised, and unflustered, no matter what's happening around you. And let me tell you, when you start acting as if nothing can bother you, it's incredibly empowering. You'll find that you move through life with a newfound sense of ease and lightness. Things that used to set you off will barely even register. You'll stop sweating the small stuff because you'll realize that it's all small stuff in the grand scheme of things. And here's the real kicker. When you start embodying these ultimate life force traits of imperturbability and unflappability, you'll notice that your external reality starts to shift. The situations and people that used to bother you will have less and less of an effect. It's like your operating on a whole different frequency, one of inner peace and centeredness. So how do you get to that place? Well, my friends, it takes practice, lots and lots of practice. But stick with me because the payoff is so worth it. So start by catching yourself throughout the day whenever you feel that emotional charge. Rising, maybe someone says something that rubs you the wrong way, or you spill your coffee, or you hit every red light on your commute, whatever it is. Pause for a moment and simply observe the feeling without judging it or latching onto it. Breathe deeply and remind yourself, I am not going to let this bother me. I am in control of my state of being. Say it out loud. If you need to let those words become your mantra, your anchor, back to a state of calm and ease. At first, it might feel a bit forced or unnatural. That's okay. Anything worth having takes time and practice. But as you continue to make this a habit, you'll find that it gets easier and easier to act as if nothing bothers you. Eventually, it will become second nature. And as you start to embody these traits of imperturbability and unflappability, you'll notice that your entire life starts to transform. Situations that used to cause you immense stress and anxiety will barely even register. You'll move through your days with a sense of lightness and ease that you never thought possible. Of course, there will still be challenges and difficult moments. That's just part of life. But you'll find that you're able to navigate them with far more grace and resilience than ever before. You'll be able to maintain your center no matter what storms come your way. So my friends, I invite you to make a commitment to yourself today. Commit to learning how to act as if nothing bothers you. Commit to developing those ultimate life force traits of imperturbability and unflappability. It won't happen overnight, but with consistent practice and commitment, you'll find that you're able to move through life with a newfound sense of freedom, ease, and inner peace. And let me leave you with this. When you learn to act as if nothing bothers you, you'll not only transform your own experience of life, but you'll become a beacon of inspiration for those around you. Your calm-centered presence will be a light that others are drawn to, a reminder that true peace and empowerment comes from within. So are you ready to take back control of your state of being? Are you ready to step into your ultimate life force and learn to act as if nothing bothers you? So then, let's get started. The journey begins today in this very moment, and I promise you, the rewards will be greater than you can even imagine. One of the biggest obstacles we face on this journey is our tendency to get caught up in the narrative of the situation. Our minds start spinning stories about why something is unfair, unjust, or just plain bothersome. But those stories only serve to amplify the emotional charge and make it even harder to stay centered. The key is to recognize that the stories are not real. They're just interpretations created. When you can separate yourself from the narrative and simply observe what is happening without all the experimental commentary, it becomes much easier to respond from a place of calm, clarity rather than reactivity. For example, let's go back to that scenario of someone cutting you off in traffic. Your mind might immediately start telling you stories like, that person is so rude and inconsiderate. Don't they know how to drive properly? This is going to make me late now. And with each thought, you get more and more amped up emotionally. But if you can catch yourself and simply state the facts without embellishment, someone merged into my lane, it neutralizes the situation. You don't have to make it into a big drama about you or assign negative intentions. It's just something that happened, plain and simple, from that place of objectivity. It's much easier to act as if it doesn't bother you. The other powerful practice is to reframe negative situations as opportunities for growth. When something happens that would normally push your buttons, you can choose to view it as a chance to exercise your imputability and unflappability. Muscles, it's like spiritual weightlifting for your equanimity. So instead of saying, oh, not this again, when faced with a trying circumstance, you can think to yourself, excellent, here's my opportunity to practice acting as if this doesn't bother me at all. Approach it with genuine curiosity and excitement about putting your skills to the test. With this mindset shift, you'll find that challenging situations no longer trigger the same knee-jerk emotional responses. You'll be able to respond from a place of consciousness rather than just unconscious reaction. And each time you're able to stay unflappable, it strengthens those neural pathways and makes it easier. The next time speaking of neural pathways, understand that when you're actively working to change deep-seated patterns and habits, you're quite literally rewiring your brain, those old neural connections that used to fire up anger, resentment, or irritation don't have to remain fixed. You can forge new pathways of equanimity through repetition of new thought and behavior patterns. It takes consistent practice, but just think about how freeing it would be to no longer be hostage to your knee-jerk emotional responses, to be able to navigate through life's inevitable ups and downs with grace, poise, and an inner calm that is truly unshakable. That is the gift of acting as if nothing bothers you. And as you embody this way of being more and more, it will extend into all areas of your life, not just in response to external circumstances, but also in how you relate to your own internal storms of thoughts and emotions. You'll find it easier to let things go, to forgive, to release resentments and grudges. Everything just becomes lighter and more fluid. Ultimately, learning to act as if nothing bothers you is about taking radical responsibility for your state of being. It's realizing that you are not a victim of circumstances, but the creator of your reality through the energy and vibration you emit when you interact with the world from a place of centeredness and inner calm. You naturally attract more of that reflected back. The situations and people that used to push your buttons will seem to miraculously fade away because you've risen to a higher level of consciousness that doesn't feed into that old cyclical energy anymore. So I invite you to embrace this practice wholeheartedly, approach it with patience, commitment, and even a spirit of playfulness. See everything that life puts in front of you as an opportunity to stretch and strengthen those imperturbability muscles, and keep reminding yourself that you are the one with the power to choose your state in any given moment. And journey isn't always easy, but let me assure you it is worthwhile, because on the other side is a life of freedom, empowerment, and deep inner peace that is truly priceless. So let's get started, shall we? The path to becoming unflappable in the face of anything begins right here, right now. One of the core principles we need to embrace is the understanding that nothing that happens to us is inherently good or bad. Those are just labels and judgments we assign based on our conditioning. Their core events are neutral. It's our perception and inner response that charges them with meaning and emotional weight. Think about a child-proof safety lid on a bottle of medication. To a child, that lid is just a frustrating obstacle preventing them from getting what they want. But to a parent, that same lid is a vital protection, keeping their child safe from potential harm. Aim lid, completely different perception based on context and programming. When we can step back and recognize that events in themselves are neutral, it becomes easier to act as if they don't bother us. Because the truth is, from a higher vantage point, they actually don't. It's only when we get wrapped up in our personal narratives and emotional triggers that things start to bother us. Now, I'm not suggesting we become emotionally numb or disconnect from our humanity. Emotions are a natural part of the human experience, but we can learn to relate to them in a different way, as temporary guests rather than sticky long-term residents, taking up space in our psyche the next time a situation arises that would normally push your buttons. Try this instead of rejecting the emotion or struggling against it. Simply open your awareness to receive it, almost like you're observing a cloud passing through the sky. Don't latch onto the story behind it, just feel the pure energetic sensation in your body as it arises, peaks, and ultimately dissipates. You might notice tightness in your chest or belly as anger moves through, or perhaps a flushed, heated sensation. With annoyance, rather than avoiding or suppressing these feelings, just open yourself up and consciously experience them, but don't fuel them with mental proliferation, like watching a wave rise up and then pull back into the ocean. See with this curiosity and open acceptance, you'll find that emotions have far less charge and gravitational pull. They lose their stickiness. You create space for them to move through you, rather than becoming enveloped, overwhelmed by them. This is key for being able to act as if external circumstances don't bother you. Because here's the core truth: nothing outside of you can actually bother you unless you give it permission to do so from the inside. Those triggers only have power because we've given them power over decades of patterning. But in this moment, you can make the conscious choice to withdraw that power, to no longer engage with those old conditioned reactions. It all comes back to realizing that the locus of control is within you, not in external people or circumstances. As you get more practiced at this inner work of separating your sense of self from external conditions, you'll likely notice two things. First, you'll find yourself getting bothered by fewer and fewer things in your daily life. Those situations that used to set you off like a rocket will feel more like gentle nudges that you can easily release. And second, on those occasions when you do get momentarily ruffled or knocked off center, you'll bounce back to your default mode of imperturbability. Much more quickly, the charge won't linger and start to bleed into other areas. You'll be able to re-enter yourself rapidly and stay in a state of steady, conscious calm. This all points to one of the greatest benefits of cultivating this way of being. You'll conserve massive amounts of vital energy that used to get frittered away on negativity, stress, and reactivity. Just imagine what you could do, create, and an experience in life when you're no longer leaking life force needlessly. You'll have so much more presence, clarity, and personal power available to focus on what really matters to you. Your relationships will transform as you show up as a grounded, non-reactive anchor. You'll make decisions from a place of discernment rather than being swayed by every passing emotional impulse. In many ancient wisdom traditions, the highest achievement a human being could attain was considered to be the state of utter imperturbability, to remain poised, unwavering, and soul-steadied in the face of any circumstance, whether poverty or wealth loss, or gain pleasure or pain. The sages knew that in such a state of imperturbable realization, we become architects of our reality rather than victims of happenstance. We live as conscious creators, unflustered by the ups and downs that ruffle the feathers of those still bound to reaction and lack of self-mastery. Of course, such heights of self-actualization are a journey of committed practice over many lifetimes. But the beautiful thing is, we can start walking that path today, in this very moment, simply by setting the intention to act as if nothing bothers us. With that intention firmly rooted, every issue or challenge that arises becomes an opportunity to stretch and strengthen our imperturbability muscles a little more. We get to practice the art of staying unwavering amidst any storm. And each time we do, we fortify those neural pathways of calm and reinforce new patterns for the mind and body, eventually being imperturbable, unflappable, and acting as if nothing bothers. You will become your natural embodied state of being. Not something you have to work at, but how you simply experience yourself, moving through life, poised, grounded, soul-centered from that bedrock of realized equanimity. Your actions, choices, and creations will flow with harmony, wisdom, and grace. So keep training, keep practicing, keep recommitting to the intention every day. Celebrate your successes. Have compassion for yourself on the days that are more challenging, but never give up on your ability to master acting as if nothing bothers you. Because in doing so, you'll be doing more than just learning to ride the waves of life's ups and downs with skill. You'll be undertaking the supreme spiritual work of reclaiming your divine birthright as an empowered, sovereign creator being. And that is the grandest journey any of us can undertake in this human experience. So let's walk that path together, shall we? A life of profound freedom and unwavering inner peace awaits at the heart of it. Is the understanding that we are not our thoughts, emotions, or external circumstances. We are the conscious awareness, beholding all of those transient phenomena. The thoughts will arise and pass away, the emotions will ebb and flow, situations will constantly be changing around us, but our true nature remains unchanged. A field of pure potentiality, unbothered by the dance of impermanence. But when we're able to firmly anchor ourselves in that realization of our deepest, most fundamental self, the world around us takes on a different hue. The challenges, frustrations, disappointments, and grievances that used to trigger us and bother us no longer have the same weight or gravitational pull, because we recognize that all of those experiences are just temporary guests in the infinite expanse of our being. They come, we witness them with open curiosity and acceptance, and eventually they go like clouds passing through a wide open sky. Our unshakable essence remains untroubled and serene. This isn't a bypass or spiritual bypassing of authentic human feeling and experience. It's not about becoming numb or checked out from the richness of life, quite the opposite, in fact, by no longer unconsciously resisting or attaching to the changing phenomena around us. We open ourselves to experiencing everything with a freshness, vividness, and depth that's simply not possible when we're chained to our reactive patterns. Think of a time when you laughed until you cried, or felt waves of soul-stirring gratitude, or gazed at a newborn baby with joyful awe in those moments. Were you concerned about what someone said that upset you earlier? As to, are you distracted by that rude driver who cut you off? Of course not. You were fully immersed and absorbed in the beautiful energy and truth of that present moment experience. That is the essence of acting as if nothing bothers you, not a hardening or shutting off, but an opening, a radical availability to the richness of whatever this moment has to offer, unsullied by the mental baggage we so often drag around with us out of old habits. When we taste that freedom of being fully present and unbothered, something with us remembers. We remind ourselves of the truth of who and what we are at our core, that infinitely present, awake field of consciousness that can never be truly disturbed, no matter how intense the winds of change around us. And we realize with a gentle sigh of recognition, of course, this is my true home. From that space of centeredness and realization, our entire perception shifts. The events, situations, and triggers that once held so much charge over us now have a suppleness, a lack of solidity. We can work with them, engaging from a place of creative flow and conscious choice, rather than being hijacked by their familiar grooves in our psyche. And as we continue fortifying this new posture of being the interpenetrating dimensions of energy, emotion, and physical reality, all reign in kind, just as the mind shapes matter. The imperturbable state of our consciousness begins to effortlessly reshape our inner and outer experience of life itself. Situations that would have bothered us deeply before no longer even arise, because we're no longer participating in the resonant fields and patterns that used to catalyze them into manifestation. We've shifted our home frequency to a plane of harmony, synchronicity, and creative mastery. The people who used to trigger us and push our buttons may still come across our path from time to time, but it's as if they are no longer speaking our language. Their energy ricochets off our centered, imperturbable force field without leaving so much as a scratch or dent. You don't have to fight them, avoid them, or even engaged. We just allow them to pass through our sphere unconcerned and unbothered. This is the profound alchemy and grace of staking our identity in the deepest ground of being. We realize our ultimate sovereignty. External circumstances can swirl around us in their cyclical dances, but they hold no dominion over the unalterable peace and truth at our core. And from that invincible space of imperturbability, we become true forces of nature ourselves, not battered and shaped by the winds and waves of life, but powerful vortices that harmonize those elemental forces into higher degrees of order, creativity, and blessing. For all this path is not transcendence from the human experience, but full integration and embodiment of the totality of who we are, vulnerable feeling beings of flesh and emotion. Yes, but also eternal limitless consciousness, cradling it all in the perfumed embrace of our imperturbable true nature. So let us walk this path with humility and patience, tasting the profound stillness available in each moment, no matter the surrounding turbulence, for it is only through this radical ease of being that we ultimately flower into our greatest human potential and become the unwavering lights the world needs. At this pivotal time when nothing bothers us, we become the unwavering, peaceful presence and clarity that helps dream a new dream for our world and all beings. That is the power and great privilege of this journey. I'll meet you there on the unbothered shores of the possible. One of the core inversions we must make on this journey is to shift our locus of identity from the personal egoic self to the vast transpersonal expanse of consciousness itself. As long as we remain firmly rooted in the mirage of the separate self, we'll continue to experience the world through that filtered lens of me against other, which gives rise to so much of our suffering and disturbance. But when we can disidentify from that small sense of self and recognize the deeper unified field of pure awareness that we are, everything shifts. The triggers and upheavals that used to bother us so intensely start to lose their sticky charge, like riptides losing their fierce pull in a vast, endless ocean. This isn't a rational, mind-based process of making ourselves okay with undesirable circumstances. It's more of a direct reorienting of our very beingness, like tuning into a different radio channel where the ego mind tries to control and micromanage reality. According to its preferences, this transcendent eye of spirit simply witnesses, allowing whatever arises to unfold in perfect naturalness. There's a profound letting go that happens, letting go of grasping at pleasure and averting pain, letting go of our ingrained reflexes to accept or reject, hold onto or push away like a leaf, carried on the seamless currents of the wind. We surrender our habitual controlling tendencies and become an open vessel for the ceaseless flowering of life itself. Of course, this is all much easier said than done. Our ego patterning runs millennia deep, reinforced by lifetimes of forgetting our true nature and mistaking the personal self for the entirety of who we are. So it takes tremendous commitment, dedication, and gentleness with ourselves to undo those ancestral knots. One particularly potent practice is to continuously take pause throughout your days and feel into the open, spacious awareness that is present in this moment, right here, right now, before your thoughts. Define it before your emotions colorize it. There is a simple, pristine presence that is the pure subjectivity beholding this present experience, unbounded by its contents. Can you feel that unconditioned awareness surrounding and substantiating every perception, every thought, every sensory experience that is the very essence of your being, older than the universe itself and younger than this present moment when you temporarily disidentify from all the learned beliefs, memories, preferences, and labels? What remains is the simple lucent ground of your awakened nature from that spacious expanse brought into living presence. The experiences that would normally bother you have much less of a gravitational pull. You start to experience them almost as if observing a live theater performance, engaging, immersive, possessing a certain dramatic weight and momentum, yet always happening within the open, unbothered awareness that you are thoughts, emotions, and external circumstances become more like temporary guests in the abiding awakeness rather than burdens you have to carry or prisons you're confined within. There's a natural buoyancy that arises, allowing them to come, go, and be as they are without weight or fix. And it's from that free-centered, unbothered state of pure allowing that your true creative powers arise, no longer encumbered by the gravity of resistance. You become a channel for higher harmonies and greater possibilities to stream into manifestation. The universe flows through you as a holographic instrument of its own evolution, orchestrating symphony after symphony of sacred unveiling. This transformation doesn't necessarily mean that you'll never experience intense emotions, painful circumstances, or the whole glorious commute of human experiencing. Again, in fact, you'll likely find that you can feel those experiences even more hourly and richly when you're not buttoning them down or sublimating them through your filters, but the context will have shifted. You'll be able to hold and feel the intensity of those experiences within the vast, unbothered openness of your being, like a dream, however vivid, being dreamt within the seamless continuum of consciousness itself, which means you'll suffer less, reside more fully in presence, and open each experience as a revelatory homecoming through it all. There's a deepening realization, the understanding that the all-pervading peace and wholeness you've been seeking was never apart from you. To begin with, it's the very essence of who and what you are, beneath all the conditioned ideas and mental projections of a separate self. The ultimate homecoming is when that recognition blossoms into the direct, living experience of your eternal, imperturbable nature as the one self. So keep returning to that source awareness, that still point of presence throughout your days. Let it be the open embrace within which everything arises, and returns to source, steep yourself in its unshakable peace, its unwavering acceptance of what is, and from that space of radical non-dual embrace, learn to act as if nothing bothers you, not because you've donned a spiritual bypass or mask of apathy, but because you've realized the vivid truth of the infinite and eternal every experience know. Matter how charged is welcomed home to that vast all-encompassing ground. This is the great unfolding that our beings are tuned for the full blooming of our enlightened nature. Difficulties and challenges still arrive, but like a force of nature itself, we meet them with imperturbable wisdom and indestructible presence. It is the living embodiment of the sacred and the ultimate healing for a world swimming in disturbance. So let's walk this path together, utterly committed to resting as that unbothered, unsurpassable expanse within which all worlds appear and disappear dream after dream. In doing so, we become the very source. We've been seeking the unwavering ground the universe longs for, and our light and peace ripples outward, quietly ushering in a new dawn of sanity and sacred self-recognition. We have the power to be that transformative presence right now, in each passing moment. All that's required is that we choose to act as if nothing in truth can ever truly bother us. For we are the home in which all experiences arise and turn beloved and eternal. Consider this astonishing revelation. Global urban centers are witnessing a silent upheaval, with more than half of all homes now occupied by individuals. This isn't merely a demographic shift. It's a seismic wave reshaping human awareness itself. An extraordinary, often overlooked catalyst fuels this transformation. In my advanced work, I observe a profound phenomenon. Those who embrace solitude aren't simply coping, they're actively upgrading their very physiology. Neurological evidence reveals heightened engagement in their prefrontal cortex, the nexus of advanced cognition and self-mastery. Let me share something personal with you. I remember the moment everything changed for me. I was sitting in my study surrounded by research papers about neuroplasticity when it hit. We've been programmed, literally programmed, to believe we need relationships to be complete. But here's the kicker. Your brain doesn't know the difference between the emotions you create internally and those triggered by external relationships. You can produce the same feel-good chemicals, dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin, all by yourself. Think about this. Every time you reach for a relationship to feel whole, you're reinforcing neural pathways of dependency. You're telling your body, I need something outside of myself to feel good. But what if I told you that the most powerful relationship you'll ever have is with your own consciousness? Here's what's happening in your brain. When you're in a relationship, you're constantly adjusting your behavior, thoughts, and emotions to maintain homeostasis with another person. Your brain is splitting its resources, dividing its attention. But when you're alone, something extraordinary happens. Your neural networks start firing in perfect synchronicity. You become what I call energetically coherent. The latest research in neuroscience shows that people who master solitude have stronger neural integration. Their right and left hemispheres communicate more effectively. They show increased gray matter in regions associated with self-awareness and emotional regulation. This isn't just psychology, it's biology. Here's something that might shock you. Relationships, as most people experience them, are actually keeping them addicted to their past self. They're using others as emotional crutches, as external sources of serotonin and dopamine, when they could be producing these chemicals naturally, abundantly, through their own mastery of self. What I'm about to share with you will challenge everything you've been taught about relationships and happiness. I'm going to show you step by step how living alone isn't just an alternative lifestyle. It's potentially the most advanced way of existing as a human being. We're going to look at the science, the biology, and most importantly, the practical steps to transform your solitude into a superpower. The question isn't whether you can live alone, it's whether you're ready to experience the most profound relationship possible, the one with your own evolving consciousness. Are you prepared to break free from emotional dependency and step into true biological and energetic independence? Let me share something remarkable about your brain. Every time you choose to be alone, you're not just spending time by yourself. You're literally rewiring your neural circuitry. This isn't theoretical, this is hard science happening in real time inside your skull. When you're constantly in relationships, your brain operates in what we call a reactive mode. You're always responding to someone else's energy, someone else's emotions, someone else's needs. But in solitude, something extraordinary happens. Your brain shifts into what neuroscientists call introspective neural processing. The default mode network, that's the network in your brain responsible for self-reflection and internal awareness, becomes incredibly active. Let me explain this in practical terms. Your brain has roughly 100 billion neurons capable of making up to 10,000 connections each. When you're alone, these neurons start forming new connections based purely on your internal state, not external. It's like having a clear radio signal instead of static interference. Here's what's fascinating about stress reduction in solo living. Studies of cortisol levels, that's your stress hormone, show something incredible. People who've mastered living alone have up to 50% lower baseline cortisol levels compared to those in relationships. Why? Because they're not constantly managing the emotional weather of another person. Their nervous system isn't perpetually in fight or flight mode from relationship dynamics. Think about your morning routine. When you're alone, there's no negotiation, no compromise, no emotional adjustment needed. Your brain can focus all its resources on regulatory functions and creative thinking. This isn't selfish, it's optimal neural functioning. Your autonomic nervous system shifts from sympathetic stress response to parasympathetic rest and digest more easily. Now let's talk about decision making. When you're alone, your prefrontal cortex, the CEO of your brain, doesn't have to factor in another person's preferences, emotions, or potential reactions. This creates what neuroscientists call clean decision pathways. Your choices become faster, clearer, and more aligned with your true desires. You're not splitting your cognitive resources between your needs and someone else's. I've seen brain scans of people before and after periods of intentional solitude. The difference is stunning. The neural density in areas associated with emotional regulation and executive function actually increases. You're not just feeling more decisive, you're physically building a more capable brain. Here's something most people don't realize about building new neural networks. Every time you navigate a challenge alone, you're strengthening what we call self-efficacy circuits. These are neural pathways that reinforce your ability to handle life independently. It's like building emotional muscles. Each solo experience, each problem solved alone, creates stronger neural connections for future challenges. The biology of self-sufficiency is particularly fascinating. Your brain actually produces more brain-derived neurotrophic factor, BDNF. Think of it as fertilizer for your neurons when you're regularly engaging in independent problem solving. This means your brain becomes more adaptable, more resilient, more capable of handling whatever life throws at you. You're also training your brain to maintain emotional equilibrium without external support. This isn't about being an island, it's about being your own emotional ecosystem. Your hypothalamus learns to regulate your mood without depending on another person's presence or approval. You become what I call emotionally self-generating. Let me share a profound truth. Every time you choose solitude over dependency, you're not just making a lifestyle choice. You're engaging in active neuroplasticity. You're literally sculpting a more evolved brain. Your neurons are firing in new patterns, creating pathways that support independence rather than codependency. And here's what's really exciting. This neural reorganization becomes self-reinforcing. The more you develop these independent neural networks, the more natural and rewarding solitude becomes. Your brain starts to crave the clarity and coherence of being alone rather than the neurochemical roller coaster of relationships. Think about this. In relationship-dependent people, the brain's reward centers are constantly seeking external validation. But in self-sufficient individuals, these same reward centers light up in response to personal achievements, quiet moments of reflection, and self-generated states of joy. You become your own source of positive neurochemistry. This isn't just about being alone, it's about creating the most advanced, most capable version of your brain possible. It's about optimizing your neural architecture for maximum personal growth and evolution. When you understand this science, being alone isn't just a choice, it's a sophisticated strategy for accelerated neural development. Let's talk about something that's been programmed into your brain since before you could even speak. Society has installed a powerful operating system in your mind, one that says you need another person to be complete. It's time to understand this programming and break free from it. From the moment you're born, you're bombarded with messages. Find your other half. You need someone to complete you. Being alone means being lonely. These aren't just ideas. They're neural pathways that have been carved into your brain through years of repetition. Every romantic movie, every fairy tale, every wedding celebration has reinforced these pathways. But here's what nobody tells you about the energy cost of relationships. Your brain processes about 400 billion bits of information every second, but you're only conscious of about 2,000 of those bits. When you're in a relationship, a massive portion of that processing power goes to managing another person's emotions, anticipating their needs, and maintaining harmony. That's energy that could be directed towards your own evolution. Think about your last relationship. How much time did you spend thinking about what they were thinking? How much energy did you invest in managing their emotional state? The average person in a relationship spends up to 70% of their mental energy focused on relationship-related thoughts and emotions. That's 70% of your creative potential, your manifestation energy, tied up in maintaining a connection that society told you you needed. Society has created what I call a relationship addiction loop. It works just like any other addiction. When you're in a relationship, your brain releases oxytocin, dopamine, and serotonin, the feel-good chemicals. When you're alone, your brain creates withdrawal symptoms, making you feel like you need another person to feel normal. But here's the truth. These chemicals are already inside you. You don't need an external trigger to produce them. Breaking free from emotional dependencies isn't just about being physically alone. It's about rewiring your brain's emotional reward system. Every time you resist the urge to seek validation from another person, you're weakening those old neural pathways and building new ones. You're literally rewriting your brain's operating system. Here's something profound about reprogramming your subconscious mind. It doesn't know the difference between a real relationship and one you've created in your meditation. When you sit in silence and generate feelings of love, joy, and completion on your own, your brain produces the same chemicals it would in a relationship. But here's the key difference. You're in control of the production. You're no longer dependent on someone else's behavior to feel good. The most powerful way to break this programming is to become aware of it in real time. When you feel that pull toward a relationship, pause and ask yourself, is this my authentic desire or is this my programming? Every time you choose yourself over social expectations, you're strengthening your neural pathways of independence. Your subconscious mind has been running programs about relationships for years, but here's what's amazing about your brain. It's always ready to learn new patterns. Every morning when you wake up alone and choose to feel complete, you're installing new software. Every night when you go to bed peaceful in your solitude, you're reinforcing these new patterns. Remember this, social programming isn't your destiny, it's just your starting point. You have the power to rewrite every belief, every pattern, every program that says you need someone else to be whole. This isn't about rejecting connection. It's about choosing conscious independence over unconscious dependency. Your brain is waiting for new instructions. Are you ready to give them? Let's talk about something extraordinary happening in the quantum field around you right now. Every thought, every emotion you generate creates an electromagnetic signature that extends about 3 to 5 feet beyond your body. When you're truly connected to yourself, this field becomes incredibly coherent, incredibly powerful. You see, quantum field theory shows us something remarkable. Your thoughts and emotions aren't just abstract concepts. They're actual energy patterns that interact with the fundamental fabric of the universe. When you're alone, focused and centered, your personal energy field isn't entangling with anyone else's. It's pure, undiluted you. Let me share something profound about meditation and solitude. When you sit alone in meditation, you're not just relaxing, you're literally tuning into your own quantum field. Your brain waves begin to synchronize. the electrical activity in your heart becomes more coherent. You start producing what scientists call organized energy patterns. This is where the magic happens. Most people never experience the full power of their own energy field because they are constantly merging it with others. Think about it. In relationships, your field is always blending, always compromising. But in solitude, particularly during deep meditation, you can generate an energy field so powerful it can actually be measured by magnetometers several feet away from your body. Here's what's fascinating about creating your own emotional signature. Every emotion has a specific frequency, a specific vibration. Love vibrates at about 528 Hertz. Joy has its own frequency. When you're alone, centered, you can learn to generate these frequencies at will. You're not receiving them from someone else, you're creating them yourself. I've seen this in advanced meditators in our workshops. Their EEG readings show something remarkable. When they focus on self-generated love, their brain waves become more coherent than when they're thinking about receiving love from someone else. The frequency is cleaner, more stable, more powerful. Let's talk about internal coherence. Your body has multiple rhythm-generating systems: your heart, your brain, your digestive system. When you're constantly adjusting to another person's presence, these systems often fall out of sync. But in solitude, especially during focused meditation, these systems can synchronize perfectly. This is what we call psychophysiological coherence. Think about your heart for a moment. It generates the largest electromagnetic field in your body, about 100 times stronger than your brain's field. When you're truly connected to yourself, this field becomes incredibly organized. The heart rate variability patterns become smooth, ordered. This isn't just poetic, it's measurable science. The science of self-love is particularly fascinating. When you generate feelings of self-love, your body produces nitric oxide, which dilates your blood vessels. Your vagus nerve activation increases, reducing inflammation. Your immune system becomes more efficient. You're literally creating a biology of self-healing through self-connection. Here's something most people don't realize. Your cells have receptors for emotions. When you're consistently generating positive emotions from within, rather than seeking them from relationships, these receptors become more sensitive, more responsive. You need less external stimulus to feel good because your cells are tuned to your own positive emotional broadcasts. In our advanced workshops, we use heart rate variability monitors to show people something amazing. When they switch from thinking about receiving love to generating love, their coherence scores often double or triple. The body literally functions better when you're your own source of positive emotions. Your brain has something called mirror neurons. They fire both when you experience something and when you observe others experiencing something. Here's the key. These neurons don't know the difference between external love and self-generated love. When you practice self-love in deep meditation, these neurons fire just as strongly as they would in a loving relationship. Every time you choose to sit in silence, to connect with yourself, you're strengthening what I call your energetic sovereignty. You're building a field of coherent energy that becomes your natural state. This isn't isolation, it's elevation. You're not separating from others. You're connecting to the most powerful source of love and energy available, yourself. Your quantum field doesn't distinguish between love from another person and love you generate yourself. Energy is energy. By mastering self-connection, you're not just becoming independent, you're becoming energetically self-sufficient. You're creating a coherent, powerful field that attracts possibilities rather than needing relationships. This is the new human, energetically sovereign, internally coherent, and capable of generating all the emotional frequencies needed for an extraordinary life. Are you ready to become your own source of love, joy, and coherence? Your ability to create reality, to manifest your desires, operates at its peak when you're coming from a place of completeness, not need. This is where living alone becomes a superpower. When you're not splitting your creative energy between your desires and someone else's, something extraordinary happens in the quantum field. Think about the observer effect in quantum physics. It tells us that particles behave differently when they're being observed. Your thoughts, your intentions work the same way. When you're alone, fully present with your creative power, you become the sole observer of your reality. There's no competing observation, no other consciousness diluting your creative force. Let me tell you what happens in the brain when you're manifesting from complete solitude. Your pineal gland, what mystics call the third eye, begins operating at its optimal frequency. You're not processing someone else's energy, someone else's dreams. Every ounce of your creative force is aligned with your intentions. Most people don't realize how relationships often create quantum entanglement that blocks manifestation. When you're emotionally entangled with another person, your energy field becomes intertwined with theirs. Your vibrational frequency has to constantly adjust, constantly compromise. It's like trying to tune a radio to two different stations at once. You get static instead of clarity. Here's what's fascinating about energy conservation in solitude. Your body operates on multiple electromagnetic frequencies. When you're alone, these frequencies can align perfectly with your intentions. There's no energy leak, no need to maintain emotional bonds, no requirement to match someone else's frequency. You become what I call energetically efficient. I've seen people in our advanced workshops develop what many would call supernatural abilities when they master being alone. Their intention affects random number generators. Their consciousness influences quantum events. Why? Because their energy isn't fragmented by relationships. They're operating as a complete, coherent quantum system. Let me share something profound about manifesting reality. In quantum physics, there's a principle called coherent states. These are states where all the waves are in phase, moving together. When you're truly alone, centered in your power, your thoughts and emotions can achieve this coherence. You become a stronger attractor in the quantum field. Think about the last time you tried to manifest something while in a relationship. How much of your creative energy was going toward maintaining that connection? How often did you have to adjust your dreams to accommodate someone else's? In solitude, every ounce of that energy can be directed toward your highest vision. The biology of manifestation is enhanced in solitude too. Your brain's neural networks fire more coherently. The pineal gland produces elevated levels of natural DMT. Your body's electromagnetic field becomes more organized, more powerful. You're literally becoming a stronger broadcaster in the quantum field. Here's what most people don't understand about supernatural abilities. They emerge when you achieve what quantum physicists call phase coherence in your personal energy field. This is incredibly difficult to maintain when your field is constantly entangling with someone else's through relationship bonds. When you're truly independent, something remarkable happens. Your intentions become clearer, stronger, more focused. You're not broadcasting mixed signals into the quantum field. Every cell in your body, every thought in your mind, every emotion you generate is aligned with your creative purpose. This isn't just theory, it's measurable science. People who master solitude show increased activity in the brain's manifestation centers. Their DNA responds more coherently to their intentions. Their ability to influence quantum events becomes demonstrably stronger. Your power to create reality isn't diminished by being alone, it's amplified. You're not losing anything by choosing solitude, you're gaining the full force of your creative power, undiluted by emotional entanglements, uncompromised by relationship dynamics. Are you ready to become a pure, powerful creator in the quantum field? Think about this for a moment. Most people operate from emotions that are tied to survival: fear, anger, jealousy, attachment. These emotions are coded into our DNA, passed down through generations of humans who needed relationships to survive. But you're no longer living in that reality. You're ready for the next level of human evolution. When you choose to live alone, you're not just making a lifestyle choice. You're making an evolutionary leap. You're telling your body, your genes, your consciousness that you're ready to move beyond these primitive survival emotions. You're ready to operate from a new level of being. Let me tell you what happens in your biology when you break ancestral patterns. Your genes have memory, what scientists call epigenetic markers. These markers carry emotional patterns from your ancestors. Patterns that say you need others to survive, to feel safe, to be whole. When you choose conscious solitude, you start rewriting these markers. You're literally changing your genetic expression. I've seen people in our workshops who've mastered being alone achieve states of consciousness that defy traditional understanding. Their brain scans show patterns similar to advanced Buddhist monks. Why? Because they're no longer operating from inherited emotional programs. They're creating new states of being, new patterns of consciousness. This is where the power of focused intention becomes supernatural. When you're not dispersing your emotional energy in relationships, when you're not carrying ancestral patterns of dependency, your intention becomes laser-focused. Your thoughts aren't just thoughts anymore, they're instructions to the quantum field. Here's something profound about creating new states of being. Your body literally doesn't know the difference between an emotion you generate internally and one triggered by external circumstances. But there's a crucial difference. When you generate emotions yourself, you're not at the mercy of external conditions. You become what I call an emotional alchemist. Most people never experience elevated emotions without external triggers because they're addicted to the chemical cocktail of relationships. But when you master being alone, you learn to produce these elevated states at will. Your brain starts creating new neural networks that support these higher states of consciousness. Think about your nervous system for a moment. It's designed to respond to environmental cues, including the presence of other people. But when you master solitude, you develop what neuroscientists call self-directed neuroplasticity. You can regulate your nervous system, create elevated emotional states, without any external stimulus. This is evolution in real time. You're not just changing your thoughts, you're changing your biology. Every time you choose to generate joy, love, or excitement on your own, you're strengthening these new neural pathways. You're becoming a new species of human, one that's emotionally self-sufficient. The most exciting part? These elevated states become your new normal. You're no longer dropping back into survival emotions when you're alone. You're maintaining coherent, elevated states because you've built the neural architecture to support them. Let me share something about consciousness evolution that most people don't understand. Consciousness doesn't evolve through comfort, it evolves through challenge. When you choose to be alone, you're challenging every ancestral pattern, every genetic program that says you need others to feel complete. Your brain has something called metacognitive awareness, the ability to observe your own thoughts and emotions. When you're alone, this awareness becomes heightened. You start recognizing emotional patterns that aren't yours. They're inherited, programmed, installed by society, by ancestry, and once you recognize them, you can change them. This isn't just personal development, it's species development. You're part of a growing number of humans who are choosing to evolve beyond emotional dependency. You're creating new patterns of consciousness that future generations will inherit. Evolution doesn't happen in comfort zones. It happens when we dare to break free from old patterns, when we choose to create new states of being. Are you ready to become the next evolution of human consciousness? Your morning sets the frequency for your entire day. When you wake up alone, you have a precious opportunity. Those first hours are pure, uncontaminated energy. You're not managing anyone else's mood, not adjusting to anyone else's rhythm. It's time to use this power. Start before the sun rises. This is when the pineal gland is most active, when your body is ready to create new neural pathways. Sit up in your bed and immediately place your attention in your heart. Feel it beating. That's your own rhythm, your own life force, not someone else's, not a relationship's, yours. Here are powerful energy management techniques. Place one hand on your heart, one on your belly. Breathe into these centers for 7 minutes. You're not just breathing, you're literally charging your body's electromagnetic field. This is your energy, your power source, requiring no external input. Your living space isn't just a home, it's an energy incubator. Remove photos of past relationships, clear out shared memories, not because they're bad, but because you're creating space for new energy. Place objects that represent your independent power, crystals, books, artwork that speaks to your soul alone. Build your emotional self-sufficiency through what I call state training. Set 3 alarms throughout your day. When they ring, stop everything and generate a feeling of joy, love, or peace without any external trigger. You're teaching your brain that you can produce these states at will. Create a power hour in the evening. This is sacred time for advanced meditation. Sit in your space and focus on the energy center in your brain. Feel the pineal gland activating. You might experience unusual sensations, light patterns, vibrations. This is normal. You're accessing higher states of consciousness that only emerge in solitude. Practice what I call emotional weightlifting. When you feel the urge for connection, sit with it. Don't reach for the phone, don't seek distraction. Feel the discomfort and choose to transmute it into power. Every time you do this, you're building emotional strength. Your daily evolution requires consistency. Keep a journal tracking your states of consciousness. Record moments when you successfully generated elevated emotions alone. This isn't just documentation, it's programming your subconscious mind for independence. Every morning you wake up alone is an opportunity for evolution. Every evening you spend in conscious solitude is a step towards supernatural abilities. You're not just living alone, you're pioneering a new way of being human. Are you ready to make every moment a doorway to your highest potential? Everything I've shared with you today isn't just information. It's an activation code for your evolution. The neuroscience, the quantum physics, the biology of being alone, it all points to one extraordinary truth. You are designed to be sovereign, complete, and incredibly powerful on your own. Think about what you now understand. Your brain literally functions at a higher level in solitude. Your electromagnetic field becomes more coherent when it's not entangled with others. Your genes express themselves differently when you break free from relationship dependency. Your ability to manifest reality strengthens when your energy isn't split. This isn't about being anti-relationship, it's about being pro-evolution. Every morning you wake up alone, every evening you spend in conscious solitude, you're not just existing, you're evolving. You're becoming what humanity is meant to become, energetically sovereign beings capable of generating their own elevated states. The future belongs to those who master their inner world. While others seek completion in relationships, you'll be operating from completion. While they're managing emotional dependency, you'll be exploring supernatural abilities. While they're living in survival modes, you'll be creating new states of consciousness. Remember this moment. This is when you chose to step out of humanity's old programming and into your full potential. This is when you decided to become something new, something extraordinary, a completely sovereign being capable of generating all the love, all the joy, all the power you need from within. You're not just choosing to be alone, you're choosing to become unlimited. Are you ready to live as the most evolved version of yourself? Your words shape your reality. Every thought you think, every belief you hold, every emotion you feel, they are actively forging your destiny in this instant as you absorb this message. Within you lies an untapped capacity to completely remold your life's path. This is not mere fantasy or hopeful yearning. It's the profound science of how your mind and body intrinsically cooperate to actualize your deepest aspirations. Think about it. How often do you catch yourself saying things like, "I can't do this," or "that's impossible for me"? Those aren't just harmless thoughts. They're programming your subconscious mind, telling your body exactly what to expect. And guess what? Your body listens. It responds to those negative thoughts by releasing chemicals that make you feel stuck, helpless, and afraid. But here's the amazing thing. You can flip that script. You can use the exact same process to create the life you've always wanted. It all starts with how you talk to yourself. When you begin to speak to yourself with kindness, with confidence, with unwavering belief in your own potential, that's when the magic happens. Your brain doesn't know the difference between what's happening in your outer world and what you're vividly imagining. So when you consistently tell yourself, "I am capable of achieving great things," or "opportunities are coming to me easily," your brain starts to believe it. And it's not just your brain, your entire body gets in on the act. Those empowering thoughts trigger the release of feel-good chemicals like dopamine and serotonin. You start to feel more energized, more optimistic. You carry yourself differently. You notice opportunities you might have missed before. This isn't just positive thinking, it's rewiring your neural pathways. Every time you choose a positive thought over a negative one, you're strengthening those neural connections. You're literally changing the structure of your brain. But it goes even deeper than that. Your thoughts and emotions are sending out electromagnetic signals. They're interacting with the quantum field around you. When you align your thoughts, feelings, and actions with what you want to attract, you're creating a vibrational match. You're becoming a magnet for the very things you desire. Now, I know what some of you might be thinking. that sounds great, but my life is full of problems right now. How can I just ignore that? Here's the truth. You don't ignore your current reality. You acknowledge it, but you don't let it define you. You use it as a starting point for change. Start small. Pick one area of your life where you want to see improvement. Maybe it's your health, your relationships, or your career. Now, instead of focusing on what's wrong, start speaking to yourself about how you want it to be. Use present tense, as if it's already happening. For example, instead of saying, I hope I can lose weight someday, say, I am becoming healthier and stronger every day. Instead of, I wish I could find a better job, say, I am attracting exciting new career opportunities. At first, it might feel strange. Your old patterns of thinking will try to take over. That's okay, it's normal. Just keep at it. Repetition is key. The more you practice speaking to yourself in this new way, the more natural it becomes. Here's a powerful exercise you can try right now. Close your eyes for a moment. Take a deep breath. Now think about something you really want in your life. Got it? Okay, now imagine that you already have it. Feel the joy, the excitement, the gratitude. Let those positive emotions fill your entire body. Now open your eyes. How did that feel? Pretty good, right? That's the power of aligning your thoughts and emotions with your desires. You just gave your brain and body a taste of what it feels like to have what you want. And guess what? Your subconscious mind is now more primed to help you achieve it. But here's the thing. It's not enough to do this once in a while when you remember. It needs to become a habit. You need to make it part of your daily routine. Just like you brush your teeth or take a shower, you need to cleanse your mind of negative self-talk and replace it with empowering thoughts. Start your day by speaking to yourself in a positive way before you even get out of bed. Say something like, today is full of amazing opportunities. I am ready to receive all the good that's coming my way. Throughout the day, catch yourself when you start to slip into negative self-talk. Pause, take a breath, and replace that thought with a more empowering one. Remember, your subconscious mind is always listening. It doesn't judge whether your thoughts are good or bad. It simply takes them as instructions. So when you consistently feed it positive, empowering thoughts, it starts to work on making those thoughts a reality. Now let's talk about the importance of emotion in this process. It's not enough to just say the words. You need to feel them. Emotion is the fuel that powers your thoughts. When you combine a clear intention with a strong positive emotion, that's when you really start to move the needle. Think about a time when you were really excited about something. Maybe it was a vacation you were planning or a project you were passionate about. Remember how that excitement seemed to give you extra energy, how it made obstacles seem smaller? That's the power of emotion. So when you're speaking to yourself in this new way, really lean into the feelings. If you're saying, I am confident and capable, feel that confidence in your body. Stand tall, smile, let that feeling of capability flow through you. The more real you can make it feel, the more powerful the effect. Now, I want to address something important. This isn't about denying reality or pretending that everything is perfect when it's not. It's about shifting your focus. It's about choosing where to put your mental and emotional energy. Think of it like this. Imagine you're driving a car at night. You can only see as far as your headlights show you, but you can make the entire journey that way. You don't need to see the whole road to know you'll reach your destination. In the same way, you don't need to have everything figured out right now. You just need to focus on the next positive step. When you start speaking to yourself in this empowering way, you're shining a light on the path ahead. You're telling your brain, this is where we're going. This is what we're moving towards. And your brain responds by helping you notice opportunities, come up with creative solutions, and take actions that align with your goals. Now, let's talk about consistency. This isn't a quick fix or a one-time thing. It's a new way of living. It's about rewiring years, maybe even decades, of habitual thinking. That takes time and practice. But here's the good news. Every time you choose a positive thought over a negative one, you're making progress. Every time you speak to yourself with kindness and encouragement instead of criticism, you're changing your brain. Think of it like working out. You wouldn't expect to get in shape by going to the gym once, right? It's the consistent effort over time that brings results. The same is true for your mental and emotional fitness. Every day that you practice speaking to yourself in this new way, you're building stronger neural pathways. You're creating new patterns of thinking and feeling. And here's something really exciting. As you start to see small changes in your life, it becomes easier to believe in bigger changes. Success breeds success. When you notice that you're feeling more confident or that opportunities are starting to come your way, it reinforces your new way of thinking. It creates a positive feedback loop. Now, I want to address something that might come up for some of you. You might be thinking, but what about when things go wrong? What about when I face setbacks or disappointments? This is where the real power of this practice shines through. When you've been consistently speaking to yourself in a positive, empowering way, you build resilience. You develop a core of inner strength that helps you bounce back from setbacks more quickly. Instead of getting stuck in negative self-talk when things don't go as planned, you're able to step back and say, okay, this didn't work out. What can I learn from this? How can I use this to grow? You see, the way you speak to yourself doesn't just affect your mood in the moment, it shapes your entire outlook on life. When you habitually speak to yourself with kindness and encouragement, you develop a more optimistic, growth-oriented mindset. You start to see challenges as opportunities for learning and growth rather than as threats or failures. This shift in perspective is incredibly powerful. It changes how you approach everything in your life. Instead of shrinking back from challenges, you start to welcome them. You know that every experience, whether it feels good or bad in the moment, is an opportunity for growth and learning. Let's talk about another important aspect of this practice: gratitude. When you're working on attracting what you desire, it's easy to focus solely on what you want and forget to appreciate what you already have. But gratitude is a powerful attractor. When you speak to yourself with gratitude, you're aligning yourself with abundance. Try this. Every day, speak to yourself about 3 things you're grateful for. Really feel the gratitude as you say it. I am so thankful for my health. I am grateful for the love in my life. I appreciate the opportunities I have to learn and grow. This practice does 2 things. First, it puts you in a positive emotional state, which makes you more receptive to good things. Second, it trains your brain to notice the good things in your life, which in turn attracts more good things. Now let's address another common question. What if I don't believe what I'm saying to myself? Isn't that just lying? This is a great question, and it brings up an important point. The goal isn't to lie to yourself, it's to expand your beliefs about what's possible for you. If you're not used to speaking to yourself in a positive way, it might feel strange or even uncomfortable at first. That's okay. Start with statements that feel true, even if they're small. Instead of, I am wealthy, which might feel like a stretch if you're struggling financially, try, I'm open to new opportunities to increase my income. Instead of, I have the perfect relationship, try, I'm worthy of love and respect. As you practice, you'll find that your comfort zone starts to expand. Thoughts that once felt impossible start to feel more achievable. This is because you're literally rewiring your brain. You're creating new neural pathways that support these more positive beliefs. Remember, your brain is incredibly adaptable. It's always learning, always changing based on your experiences and your focus. When you consistently speak to yourself in a positive, empowering way, you're teaching your brain to support you in achieving your desires. Now let's talk about the power of visualization. When you're speaking to yourself about what you want to attract, try to engage all your senses. Don't just say the words, see them, feel them, hear them, taste them, smell them. Make it as vivid and real as possible in your mind. For example, if you're wanting to attract a new job, don't just say, I have a great job. Really imagine it. See yourself walking into your new office. Feel the excitement and satisfaction of doing work you love. Hear the conversations with your colleagues. Smell the coffee in the break room. The more real you can make it in your mind, the more powerful the effect. This kind of vivid visualization combined with positive self-talk is like giving your subconscious mind a detailed blueprint. It knows exactly what to look for, what to move towards. And remember, your subconscious mind is incredibly powerful. It's working 24/7, processing millions of bits of information, making connections you're not even aware of. When you give it clear, positive instructions through your self-talk and visualization, you're harnessing that power to help you achieve your desires. Now let's address something that might be coming up for some of you. You might be thinking, this all sounds great, but I've tried positive thinking before and it didn't work. If that's you, I want you to consider something. Were you consistent? Did you stick with it even when you didn't see immediate results? Did you combine your positive thoughts with aligned actions? You see, speaking to yourself in this new way isn't a magic spell. It's not about saying some words and then sitting back and waiting for your desires to magically appear. It's about creating a new mindset, a new way of being in the world. And that takes time and consistent effort. Think of it like planting a garden. You don't plant a seed one day and expect to see a fully grown plant the next day, right? You need to water it, make sure it gets sunlight, protect it from weeds. You need to be patient and consistent in your care. The same is true for this practice. Every time you choose a positive thought, every time you speak to yourself with kindness and encouragement, you're planting a seed. You're creating the conditions for growth and positive change in your life. But you need to keep at it. You need to be patient and trust the process. And here's something really important. You need to combine your positive self-talk with aligned action. If you're saying to yourself, I'm attracting financial abundance, but you're not taking any steps to improve your financial situation, you're sending mixed signals to your subconscious mind. Your actions need to match your words. If you're speaking to yourself about attracting a healthier body, make choices that support that. If you're talking about attracting a loving relationship, put yourself in situations where you can meet new people. If you're focusing on career success, take steps to improve your skills or network. Remember, the universe responds to your energy, to your vibration. And your vibration isn't just about what you say to yourself, it's about your overall state of being, your thoughts, your emotions, and your actions. When all these are aligned with what you want to attract, that's when you become an unstoppable force of creation in your own life. Now, I want to talk about something that might be a bit uncomfortable, but it's crucial to understand. Sometimes when you start speaking to yourself in this new way and focusing on what you want to attract, things in your life might seem to get worse before they get better. You might face unexpected challenges or setbacks. If this happens, don't get discouraged. This is actually a good sign. It means the change is happening. You're shaking things up. You're disrupting old patterns. It's like cleaning out a cluttered closet. Sometimes you need to make a bigger mess before you can create order. During these times, it's more important than ever to stay consistent with your positive self-talk. Remind yourself that this is part of the process. Speak to yourself with encouragement and compassion. I'm strong enough to handle this challenge. This is an opportunity for growth and learning. I trust in the process of life. These moments of challenge are actually incredible opportunities. They're chances to prove to yourself that you're committed to your new way of thinking and being. When you can maintain your positive self-talk even in the face of difficulties, you're building incredible mental and emotional strength. Now let's talk about the importance of letting go. This might sound contradictory, but it's actually a crucial part of attracting what you desire. While it's important to be clear about what you want and to speak to yourself positively about it, you also need to release your attachment to the outcome. This doesn't mean you stop wanting it or working towards it. It means you trust that the universe has your back. You trust that if something doesn't work out the way you expected, it's because something even better is on its way. When you speak to yourself, include phrases like this or something better is coming to me. I trust in the perfect unfolding of my life. This kind of self-talk helps you stay open to possibilities you might not have considered. It keeps you from getting so fixated on one particular outcome that you miss other wonderful opportunities. Remember, the universe often has plans for us that are far greater than anything we could have imagined for ourselves. By speaking to yourself in a way that acknowledges this, you're opening yourself up to receive all the good that life has to offer. Now, I want to address something that might be coming up for some of you. You might be thinking, but what about negative emotions? Isn't it unhealthy to suppress them? This is an excellent point, and it brings up an important aspect of this practice. Speaking to yourself in a positive, empowering way doesn't mean ignoring or suppressing negative emotions. It's about acknowledging them, learning from them, and then choosing where to focus your energy. When you experience a negative emotion, speak to yourself with compassion. It's okay to feel this way. What is this emotion trying to tell me? How can I use this as an opportunity for growth? Then, once you've acknowledged and learned from the emotion, you can choose to shift your focus to more positive thoughts. This practice isn't about pretending everything is perfect all the time. It's about developing emotional intelligence and resilience. It's about learning to navigate all of your emotions in a way that supports your growth and helps you attract what you desire. As we near the end of our time together, I want to emphasize something crucial. This practice of speaking to yourself in a new way isn't just about attracting material things or achieving external goals. It's about becoming the best version of yourself. It's about aligning with your highest potential. When you consistently speak to yourself with kindness, encouragement, and belief in your own potential, you're not just changing your circumstances, you're changing who you are. You're evolving into a more confident, compassionate, and capable version of yourself. And here's the beautiful thing. As you become this higher version of yourself, you naturally attract higher experiences. You attract people and opportunities that match your new energy. You create a life that reflects your inner growth. So I encourage you, starting right now, to pay attention to how you speak to yourself. Catch those negative thoughts and replace them with positive ones. Speak to yourself with the same kindness and encouragement you'd offer to a dear friend. Remind yourself of your strengths, your resilience, your infinite potential. Start each day by setting a positive intention for how you want to feel and what you want to create. Throughout the day, check in with yourself. Are your thoughts aligned with your intentions? If not, gently guide them back. Remember, this isn't about perfection, it's about progress. There will be days when it's easier and days when it's more challenging. That's okay. The key is to keep coming back to this practice, to keep choosing positive self-talk even when it feels difficult. And here's something really powerful. Start speaking to your future self. Talk to yourself as if you've already achieved your desires. I am so grateful for the abundance in my life. I love the feeling of being healthy and energetic. I'm amazed at how many doors have opened for me. This kind of self-talk creates a bridge between your current reality and the future you desire. It helps your subconscious mind start to see that future as real and attainable. And when your subconscious mind believes something is possible, it goes to work making it happen. Now let's talk about the power of questions. The questions you ask yourself shape your focus and your actions. So start asking yourself empowering questions. Instead of, why can't I do this? Ask, how can I make this happen? Instead of, what if I fail? Ask, what if I succeed beyond my wildest dreams? These kinds of questions stimulate your creativity. They get your brain working on solutions rather than dwelling on problems. They open you up to possibilities you might not have considered before. And here's a powerful question to ask yourself regularly. Who do I need to become to attract what I desire? This question shifts your focus from external circumstances to internal growth. It reminds you that attracting what you want isn't just about what you do, it's about who you are. As you ask yourself this question, speak to yourself about the qualities you want to embody. I am becoming more confident every day. I am developing unshakable self-belief. I am growing in wisdom and understanding. Remember, you're not just attracting things or experiences, you're attracting a way of being in the world. So speak to yourself about the kind of person you want to be, the kind of energy you want to embody. Now let's address another important aspect of this practice, patience. In our fast-paced world, we often expect instant results, but real, lasting change takes time. It takes consistent effort. So speak to yourself with patience and understanding. Remind yourself that you're on a journey. Every step forward, no matter how small, is progress. Celebrate your wins, no matter how small they might seem. Speak to yourself with encouragement about your progress. I'm proud of myself for sticking with this. I can see how far I've come. I'm excited to see what's next on this journey. This kind of self-talk helps you stay motivated and committed to your practice. Even when you're not seeing immediate results, it helps you trust in the process and keep moving forward. Now let's talk about the power of creativity in this process. Your subconscious mind responds powerfully to imagery and metaphor. So get creative with your self-talk. Use vivid language that engages your imagination. Instead of just saying, "I am successful," you might say, "I'm soaring to new heights of success." Instead of, "I am healthy," try, "My body is a powerhouse of vitality and well-being." The more vivid and engaging your self-talk, the more impact it has on your subconscious mind. And don't be afraid to have fun with this. The more you enjoy your practice of positive self-talk, the more you'll want to do it. So play with different phrases and images. Find ways of speaking to yourself that feel good and energizing to you. Now let's address something that might be coming up for some of you. You might be thinking, "But what about when I'm around other people? Won't it seem strange if I'm always talking to myself positively?" Much of this self-talk can be internal. It's about the running commentary in your mind. But even when you're speaking out loud, there are ways to incorporate positive self-talk naturally. For example, instead of saying, "I hope this works out," you might say, "I'm looking forward to seeing how this unfolds." Instead of, "I'm nervous about this presentation," you could say, "I'm excited to share my ideas with the team." These small shifts in how you express yourself not only change your own mindset, but they also influence how others perceive and interact with you. When you speak with confidence and positivity, you inspire confidence in others. Now let's talk about the importance of aligning your environment with your new way of speaking to yourself. Your environment, the people you spend time with, the media you consume, the spaces you inhabit, all influence your thoughts and emotions. So speak to yourself about creating an environment that supports your growth and your desires. I am surrounding myself with positive, supportive people. I am creating a space that inspires and energizes me. I am choosing to consume information that uplifts and empowers me. Remember, everything in your life is a reflection of your inner world. As you change how you speak to yourself, you'll naturally start to make changes in your outer world as well. And these changes, in turn, will support your continued growth and positive self-talk. As we come to the end of our time together, I want to leave you with this thought. The way you speak to yourself is one of the most powerful tools you have for creating the life you desire. It's the foundation upon which everything else is built. So starting right now, make a commitment to yourself. Commit to speaking to yourself with kindness, with encouragement, with unwavering belief in your own potential. Commit to aligning your thoughts, your words, and your actions with what you want to attract. Remember, you are the author of your own life story. With every thought, every word you speak to yourself, you're writing the next chapter. So make it a story of growth, of joy, of amazing possibilities unfolding. Speak to yourself as if you are already the person you want to become. Speak to yourself as if your desires are already manifesting. Speak to yourself with love, with compassion, with excitement for all that's possible. And most importantly, keep at it. This isn't a one-time thing, it's a lifelong practice. But I promise you, it's worth it. Because as you change the way you speak to yourself, you change your entire experience of life. You have within you everything you need to create the life you desire. You have the power to shape your reality with your thoughts and words. So use that power wisely. Speak to yourself in a way that uplifts you, that inspires you, that moves you forward. You are capable of amazing things. You are worthy of all the good that life has to offer. You are a powerful creator in your own life. Remind yourself of these truths every day. Let them be the foundation of how you speak to yourself. And as you go forward from here, remember this: every moment is a new beginning. Every thought is a chance to choose again. No matter what's happened in the past, you always have the power to change your self-talk, and in doing so, to change your life. So go forth with confidence. Speak to yourself with love and positivity. Align your thoughts, your words, and your actions with your desires, and watch as your life transforms in beautiful and unexpected ways. You've got this. You are powerful beyond measure, and the life of your dreams is waiting for you to speak it into existence. So start now. Speak to yourself this way and attract all you desire. Your amazing future begins with the very next word you say to yourself. Make it count. Anten Pus.